of ELTAC. I want to welcome everyone for being here today. We have an exciting agenda and it's packed with important topics and expert speakers. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be kicking off this meeting today. Hopefully we'll be able to stay on track with our agenda, but I imagine with the subject matter that we'll be talking about today, we'll have a lot of interaction from those who are watching and from others on the committee. So anyway, with that being said, I would like to ask Jen to do a roll call and we'll move on with our agenda.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Judy. I'm just going to do a quick Zoom review. I think we're all pretty familiar with Zoom at this point, but just to make sure, just some general things to note. Just in case you or we get disconnected, the first thing to try to do is to rejoin the Zoom meeting. And that in accordance with the water board policy, the chat function has been disabled and we won't be using it for any part of today's meeting. If you find that the presentations are showing up too big for your screen, try setting your view to fit screen. If you're having any trouble with the streaming quality, temporarily turning off your video may help resolve that problem. Please feel free to take breaks as you need them. It's a long meeting and we'll have an hour lunch break at noon, but we encourage everyone to do what you have to do to take care of yourselves. And for our ELTAC members, we kindly ask that you keep your video on throughout the meeting. Committee members have been granted permission to mute and unmute using the mute button on your taskbar at the bottom of your screen. Look for the microphone icon. Please be aware that though the mute and unmute button is sometimes located on the side of your screen. And separately for our presenters, the water board staff that are on the Zoom platform, you've also been granted permission to show your video and mute and unmute yourselves. However, unlike the ELTAC members, unless you are speaking, we ask that you keep your video feed off and your microphone on mute. For the public who are with us on the Zoom platform, for security purposes, all public participants have their microphone and video turned off and will not have control over these features until and unless we invite you to share your audio and video. Typically, a taskbar is found on the bottom of the Zoom window, but can also be found on the left side. Next, this applies to anyone who's joined us by phone. To mute and unmute, dial *6 using your phone's dial pad. Again, if you joined by phone, you'll need to use *6 to mute and unmute. Another function we will be using is the raise your hand function, which can be found in the participants window. After raising your hand, you will be announced and be given the floor to speak. If you joined by phone, to raise your hand, dial *9 on your phone's dial pad. Likewise, to lower your hand, you will hit *9 on your phone's dial pad. And lastly, please be aware there is about a 30 to 60 second lag between the Zoom meeting and the video being broadcast on the webcast. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and do our quick roll call. Diane Anderson is not here as anticipated. Peter Arth.
Present.
Corey Bell. Still not here yet. Samuel Choi.
Present.
Melissa Hall.
Good morning.
Good morning. Andrew Hamilton.
Good morning, here.
Miriam Kozrozafad.
Here.
Right. Ramsey Mahmood. I think we are anticipating him not being here. Bradley Meadows.
Here.
Diana Messina.
Here.
Awesome. Judy Morgan.
Here.
Awesome. Augustine Pieri.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Sushmita Reddy.
Here.
Pamela Schemmer.
Here.
Christine Sotelo.
Here.
Josie Tellers.
Present. Here. Good morning.
Awesome. Good morning. And Carol Wortham.
Here.
Great. And with that, I'm going to hand the floor back to Judy.
All righty. Thank you very much. So we are tracking on time here, and we're going to move on to our Aleppo report. And Christine is on the line, and she is going to be going through that report. And then we will move forward to our microplastics. Christine?
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you. So this is different than previous ELTAC meetings. What we do is we include a report for you all and the public to read, and then we allot time for questions. So I'm not going to go through the report line by line, but if anyone on ELTAC or anyone in the public forum would like to make a comment or ask questions, this is the time to do that. So Just waiting for raised hands or anyone. Do we have anyone, Jen?
Not so far.
All right.
Jared has his hand raised.
Hi, Jared.
I have to ask him to unmute. Give me 1 second.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good morning, ELTAC, and thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to follow up on the report and seeing some of the ELAP activities regarding accreditations issued during the adoption hearing in May of 2020. There was a request and I think an agreement for the annual update to the board to include certain items, and this reminded me of that. And so I wanted to inquire what the plans were timing wise for that, as well as covering those various issues that the board and the stakeholders and I think staff had agreed to cover. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jared, for that question. It's a good one. We did talk to Judy, the chair of ELTAC, about presenting a report out to the board that is something that's mentioned in the bylaws, that the ELTAC chair will report out to the board every fall, October. And historically, what we've done is we've also included a report out on ELAP at that same meeting. So what we talked to the board about reporting out when we adopted the regulations, that will happen in October board meeting, and we haven't finalized a date yet.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. And then Brad also has his hand up.
Hey, Christine. I'm
Brad.
looking at within the good morning. Within the report, there you had listed the changes made to some fields of accreditation, the tables, and some of the methods specifically. There's the inclusion of 8260D on some TPH things, and then there was a recent update on June 21st that included the 8260D, 8270E as an example. Those the inclusion of those methods are beyond what the DTSC has in regulation as to what methods they say to basically use. And so I'm wondering, has there been a change in in DTSC regulations that are going to allow labs to use methods beyond update 3? Because these are all past update.
Yeah.
These are update probably
Yeah.
5.
And that's a really good question, Brad. And I think I'm going to pitch that over to Carol to answer for DTSC, but also Chris Hand, who worked in our program development research unit, can answer questions on the request from the agency. And it didn't come from DTSC. It came from the regional boards and the state board programs to update our offerings. Chris, are you on?
I am. Can you guys hear me? I see little head nods. Yeah. So these new, I'll put them in quote new because they're kind of old. But these new listings that we have were requested by a regional board, mostly for solid disposals to land. Just because there's no real solid methods for under the Clean Water Act, because it's not water. So that is one of the areas where laboratories will need to make sure that they're meeting their clients' requests to make sure that they're using the appropriate method. Because yes, you are correct. Update 3 is the most recent revision for DTSC reporting for hazardous waste determination. So that's my understanding anyway.
And I'll add in that DTSC is aware of the fact that it has not updated its regulations to include more current versions of methods. And it is, they are looking into how to address that in the regulations. But the way they are addressing it, as far as allowing laboratories to use them is that the state of California needs to be at least as comparable and as stringent as EPA is for their RCRA program. And so therefore they have found ways to go ahead and adopt those methods into litigation situations that they've been in. And so therefore there is the ability for the state to still fulfill their requirements by using this connection with the RCRA regulations and ELAP. And so that's where many of these updated methods have been added in, and DTSC is looking at ways of updating their regulations to try and also properly accept those as well. I'm not included in that group, but that's what I have heard because they have come and talked to us about it.
Okay, so just a quick, clarification on some things. Obviously, so hypothetically, 8270E, the lab can be accredited for that now. But it sounds like that's really meant to be limited to the analysis of biosolids for land application, is kind of what I'm hearing, not necessarily for disposal in maybe a landfill. But it does bring into question, what about preparatory methods? Because ELAP doesn't really accredit to the preparatory method on a certificate. And so unless it's something like TCLP. So what's the stance on the use of prep methods that are beyond update 3? Because they sort of fly under the radar, so to speak. Are labs allowed to use those? Are they not allowed to use them? What would be if ELAP came in to audit a lab and they found the use of a method that was update 4 or beyond, what would be the stance?
So Chris, I don't know if you want to answer this, but I think there's this nuance here that we all have to remember, that the method you're accredited for is for the state agency use and for regulatory purpose. So it's the responsibility of the laboratory to talk to their clients and ask them what method and even what preparatory method they need for their data. So even though this is on an offering for ELAP, it's not the green light for you to use it for any sort of project that you have. It has to be agreed upon with your client. So I hope that answers. I mean, that's our perspective. Chris, did you want to add something else?
Yeah, I mean, I'll kind of echo what you're saying, is that ELAP's listings, that means a state agency has requested, not specifically the state agency that you're doing business for, right? So in that regard, it'd be no more different than you contacting your client and making sure that you're using an appropriate preparatory method, making sure that that is acceptable to the client. Because in terms of ELAP's end, the preparation that you use is ultimately going to be determined by the client's specific needs. So if the client needs you to use microwave digestion for metals analysis, then that would be what you would use, right?
And definitely follow up with DTSC. A definite benefit is if it is a posted method on EPA's website, not necessarily one of their new methods that hasn't been incorporated into an update. But if it's actually part of the update and part of the regular listings on EPA, DTSC is going to be more supportive of being able to use that. But again, you'll have to check with whoever you're working with at DTSC, because depending on the different projects, they may need you to do, they may need to specify the version of the prep method that would be necessary.
So it looks like Judy had her hand up and then Shashmita afterwards. Hi, Judy.
Hey, I just wanted to, get a little bit of a clarification. Brad actually brought up my subject, so he hit the prep methods, and that's kind of where I was going with my question. But I wanted to understand, and I know Carol just explained it, and she did a very good job of explaining it. but I guess I don't understand from the standpoint of the prep method itself. I mean, if it is outside of update 3, there's a number of prep methods, and there can be a substantial difference in the performance of a method depending on the prep. So, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to understand is there a point where even if you're approved for a method or a prep method, for a particular project, that there's a possibility that it could be rejected because it's outside of update 3 or outside of the norm from the standpoint of it being one of the more different prep methods?
Can I ask Judy, who's that question directed toward?
Well, anybody who may be able to answer it, because it actually comes down to choice. I mean, from the standpoint, I'm just going to talk about soils for a second. When microwave digestion, soxhlet extraction, automated soxhlet, sonication, there's a ton of different preps out there that for a variety of different matrices, one may be better than the other. So I guess it comes down to, is this truly a matter of the laboratory gets to choose based on technical background and discussion with the DTSC, or is there a possibility that accreditation or somebody else could step in and say that's inappropriate?
I can only speak on the knowledge that I have. Most accreditations do not include preparatory methods because of exactly what you said. Depending upon the matrix, you may need to use a different prep method. The DTSC is going to want to know that you're familiar with the prep method and not doing it the first time on their samples, definitely. And they would definitely want to have some sort of validation package. But I do know there was one situation where we were DTSC was doing split samples with EPA, and DTSC was using a subcontractor. And it turned out that the subcontractor was using a different prep method than what EPA was, and they had noticed some differences in the results. And so they thought it may have been related to the prep methods. And our laboratory in DTSC got involved with the situation, and we found out it was more because it had to do with PCBs. So it was more of the peaks that were chosen by the sub lab versus the peaks that were chosen by EPA, and the fact that you were dealing with weathered PCBs at the site, you got very different, results. But in that process, it was decided that for the rest of that project, that they would have the laboratories involved using the same prep method, just so that they could have a more apples to apples comparison. Because they were all convinced it was the prep methods till we did a study and found out, no, it's not the prep methods, it's the peak choice on the PCB air cores. But those are some of the situations that we've run across. It's like, well, we've always done soxhlet at this site, so we want to continue doing soxhlet at this site, and that's where they may direct you that that's the method that they want you to use. But for the most part, they are open to what the laboratory does. Has been associated with their accreditation, that kind of thing. So it's always good to talk specifically with the project manager on the project and explain it to them, the situation. And if they have a particular need to use a particular prep method, they'll let you know.
Okay, perfect. That answers the question. You actually hit the one thing that I would have asked about, and that was on method validation. If the prep method was outside of what's considered typical or normal. And the only reason why I bring that up is because I'm pretty well known for pushing the idea that you should have method detection limits per prep method, because there can be such a difference. So anyway, so you answered it with the data validation or the method validation. That's perfect. Thank you.
All right, and then I'm going to jump in really fast. So Shmitha's comment's going to be last because we're running a little over time.
Actually, mine's going to be very brief, Jen. Carol kind of mentioned what I wanted to say, that the prep methods are really not accredited by the state, so it's really up to the labs what they choose. And for most part, clients really do not know the difference from a oxalate versus microwave versus whatnot. There are very few clients that know the difference. What's the driving? The driver is mainly how low can you go and if you are meeting the project objectives. So, I mean, it still goes back to the original question that Brad answered is, how is ELAP going to audit those prep methods if they're really not accrediting for any of those? And how do you ensure that the labs are really performing to those requirements?
So is that a question for us, Shishmita?
I believe so, Christine. So I'm sorry to bring the wagon back to the original question that Brad raised, but I think the responsibility here is again with the auditors as to how do you ensure on that preparatory functions, which the lab is really not accredited, and so the lab can choose whichever prep that they feel that is fit.
And this might be something that ELAP needs to go back and talk internally about, because it's a big question and it's not a simple answer.
No.
So it just, I think from an advisement standpoint, Christine, this is probably worthy of a discussion within ELAP about what to do with the prep methods, because there are better prep methods out there than what's available in update 3. And I know the lab community would like to use them without having to go through special requests and procedures to do that. So just food for thought, I guess, would be my closing comment.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and say how is probably an answer that would take longer than we all want to spend on the call today. But yes, that is a very valid point. Some methods we have built in the preparatory method, like all of the EPA 200.87, those kinds of things. Those all have their built in. So a lot of them have built in. Those are really easy because that's the prep method that's defined. The hazardous waste does get a little bit trickier. And unfortunately, we don't have our unit supervisor for on-site assessments. So that's a little bit more difficult of a question to answer. But yes, that is something that we are constantly talking about. So thank you both.
And I would also say that we would probably need the regulatory agency to weigh in, because it's the data that they accept. So I agree with you all that we probably should have a discussion, and I'm happy to report out on any information at our next meeting.
All right. So I guess we need to move forward, but I do want to make a quick comment and close on this particular subject. This is something that across the U.S. there's a struggle between the states as to how they recognize and use prep methods, and the same thing goes for the SW 846 and which edition is out or which version is out, whether it be 3, 4, whatever, and how those get used. So I think this is a great discussion. I think it's one that will continue, and it should. And I think it would be best if we could, if ELTAC could actually give some opinions on this once the discussion gets underway within ELAP. So with that being said, our next agenda item is microplastics, and there's a number of things under this particular topic. There is some discussion on the state agency needs, method development, accreditation decisions. We've got several speakers, and this is an important topic. It's another emerging contaminant, or it's something that has really kind of hit the interest level of environmentalists, and it's those things that we can't see that I think sometimes bother us the most, and microplastics is one of those things. So I know personally I'm going to enjoy hearing the information that's given on this today. Christine, did you want to give a summary or a quick overview of the speakers?
Sure. Thanks, Judy, for teeing this up for us. So I'm going to start with this agenda item to help guide us through. So I'm really excited to talk about this very interesting and exciting topic of microplastics monitoring. So to set everybody on the same page and give you a background. So state regulatory agencies, as you all know, they need accredited laboratories and accredited methods for their various projects, permits, policies, orders, and regulations. And in those requirements, they often use new test methodologies. We have a lot of examples of these new test methods that are on our desk right now and on the horizon. For example, digital droplet PCR, a monitoring and methodology, rapid test methodology is on our desk right now for the San Diego County area. We also are anticipating accrediting for cell line assays for contaminants of emerging concern. And even today on our agenda item, we have a request from the Division of Water Quality for a new method for nitrate in plant tissue for their winery order. But this agenda item today is going to focus on the efforts to accredit the microplastics test methodology. So you as a committee, as our committee members, have expressed interest in helping us with technical aspects. And as a program, we welcome this offer. Next slide. So to offer a new method for ELAP in our accreditation offerings, it starts with 3 items. First, we need the data user, the regulatory agency, our clients, to request accreditation of the method. Second, we need a standard operating procedure describing steps to perform the method. We also need a very clear understanding of the method performance and characteristics. For this microplastics case study, we have all 3 of those measurements. But during the process of accrediting this new method, we have come up with a number of policy decisions that need to be made, not only for this effort, but questions on any new method that we offer in ELAP. So the goal for this agenda item is to use the microplastics method development as a case study to illuminate some of those policy decisions that we need to make. And we also want to use this case study to help determine what your role as ELTAC can help in onboarding new methods, as well as supporting your efforts on your subcommittee guidance document that will probably address some of those policy decisions. Next slide. So today what we have for you are 4 presentations. We have Scott Coffin from the Division of Drinking Water, who will describe their state agency needs for microplastics, followed by Head of the Chemistry Department, Charles Wong at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. He'll describe the intercalibration exercise that provides the 3 pieces that I mentioned to you earlier, the request for accreditation, the SOP, and understanding of the method characteristics. Following Charles will be Steve Weisberg, the Executive Director of SCORP, and he'll describe some of the key policy questions that came up during the microplastics efforts. And then I'll come back and give you some of ELAP's perspectives as we work through this process. Next slide. So much of our discussions with ELTAC is revolved around how ELTAC can help ELAP, but I'd like you to think about how ELTAC can actually help our agency partners as you're listening to these presentations. So this microplastics path is a unique one. Remember, not all agencies have the funding for this scale of method development that you're going to be listening to in these next presentations. Not all agencies have the scientific and technical expertise to evaluate any newly developed research method that they'd like to use. And not all methods come with clear documentation requirements. And methods don't come with an accompanying checklist. Someone's going to have to create that. So as you're listening to these presentations, please think about how this committee can fit in all of these situations. Next slide. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Scott Coffin to talk about their agency's needs for microplastics monitoring and accreditation.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
If we could go to the next slide, please. So we have 2 legislative directives that require the State Water Board to initiate research on microplastics in water. The first is Senate Bill 1263, passed in 2018. This requires the Ocean Protection Council to collaborate with the State Water Board to initiate a statewide microplastics strategy by the end of 2022. Included in this is developing a risk assessment framework, getting standardized methods, some baseline occurrence data, investigating the sources and pathways into the marine environment, and then going back to the legislature to recommend source reduction strategies. Next slide, please. The other bill is Senate Bill 1422, which has some more imminent deadlines requiring the State Water Board to first define microplastics by July 1st of last year, which we did. And by July 1st of this year, we are required to adopt a standardized method, a plan for 4 years of testing and monitoring, consider adopting a health-based guidance level, and provide accreditation for laboratories. Obviously, July 1st has come and gone, and we've experienced some significant delays due to COVID. However, we are still on track to meet these objectives by the end of this year. Next slide, please. So really quickly, I want to give you the definition that we adopted last year, because this really sets the goal for the methods that we need to develop. And briefly, it includes particles that are synthetic, excludes naturally occurring particles. And the key thing here is size. The definition goes from 1 nanometer up to 5 millimeters. This is an enormous size range, and you'll see later in my talk why the size becomes very important, both on the method side and the health effects side. Next slide, please. So really briefly, I'm going to talk about the health-based guidance level, because this really informs the method that we need and the monitoring that we're going to do for drinking water for the state. Next slide. There's a paucity of information for microplastics health effects, especially in humans. So to fulfill this gap, or to fill this gap, we convened a workshop of health effects experts on microplastics starting in October of last year and continuing on to now. We have largely wrapped up a lot of these efforts, this meta-analysis, but we're still working through the publications and getting out our final assessments. This was performed not only for drinking water, but also we tackled the SB 1263, the marine ecosystem objectives as well. Next slide. So the general process for our meta-analysis consisted of screening studies by different quality criteria, experimental design, particle characterization, and applicability for risk assessment, then identifying the hazards and subjecting these studies to further expert review, and then doing some dose response characterization to determine where we may see effects, both in mammals as well as in aquatic ecosystems. Next slide, please. So for the mammalian toxicity, unfortunately, we have a very limited database. And what I'm showing you here is just an overview of the very few endpoints in mammals that we found to be relevant, and with the bar showing the number of studies that showed that effect. So you can see we have a very limited number of studies as well as endpoints that could be relevant for human health, making our assessment challenging. Next slide, please. Our expert group has deemed that the science is just too preliminary right now to develop a notification level. In lieu of this, we have developed a value that can be used as a goal for monitoring, a limit of quantification that we would like to have for drinking water. Next slide, please. The other part of the health effects workshop was to focus on the marine environment, and particularly to develop a risk assessment framework. And I'll give you a little bit of insight into the findings of that group. So really briefly, our group decided to consider a species sensitivity distribution based approach in order to define the effects that would occur in the marine environment. This is a long held approach used by the EPA, State Water Board, and many other regulatory organizations, as it's very good at predicting effects that occur in the environment. Next slide, please. This is what a species sensitivity distribution looks like. On the left side, you have the most sensitive species, and the right side, you have the least sensitive species. And when you draw this curve, you can see as you increase concentration on the x-axis, you increase the probability of a species experiencing an adverse health outcome. Next slide, please. The issue with microplastics is that you have many different sizes of particles, and typically these studies are not done on particles that are representative of the marine environment. They're often done with a single type of polymer of a single size. And when you derive a species sensitivity distribution, you have to make decisions about what sizes go into that SSD. And you can see here, this is how this is what the distributions would look like if you broke it apart by size using just arbitrary size bins here. Next slide, please. Clearly, that answer doesn't work for deriving a single number. The other main challenge that we have is that a lot of the monitoring data that's done in the environment is with sizes that are dramatically different than what are done in labs. Typically, we're using mantitrals in the environment that can get you down to 333 microns, something you can see without a microscope, whereas in laboratories, they're going all the way down to 1 nanometer. So these are not directly comparable right now. Next slide, please. So really what we have is, it's not quite an apples to oranges issue. It's more like a fruit basket to individual fruit issue. In the environment, we never find a single particle type by itself. We always find a continuous distribution of every shape and size and polymer. In the lab, we typically only use a single type of shape, size, and polymer, but never in the distribution that you would expect it to be in the environment. So how do we address this issue? Next slide, please. Luckily, microplastics, just like anything else in the world, has predictable behaviors. And when you use a method that can get you data that looks like this, a probability distribution, then you can use mathematical tools to relate the concentrations that you see in the environment to the concentrations that you're dosing with in a laboratory setting. Next slide, please. You can align these data using these maths. Really, it's a statistical tool using probability distributions. And really, I want to clarify, or I really want to emphasize that this is a foundational component of doing risk assessment with microplastics based on the current evidence that we have available for toxicity studies. So in order to get this data, we need methods that can get us continuous distribution data as opposed to just a single number of how many plastic particles you have. We need a lot more information than that. Next slide, please. A critical component to using these distributions is a hypothesis of what particle characteristics to align by. If you just think about an animal or a fish eating a lot of plastic and it accumulating in their gut, then you might only consider the volume as the relevant factor, as it's just taking up space in their gut where they can't get other food. If you look at much smaller particles that can accumulate in tissue, perhaps more relevant for human health, then you might be thinking about the surface area, as that's what determines the oxidative stress. So, next slide, please. So this is what it looks like when you align these distributions using these statistical tools based on different toxicologically relevant metrics: mass, volume, particles, surface area. And you can see here that these distributions look much more continuous and much more predictable. And a manager could, once we understand the critical effect that's happening, the particle characteristic driving that effect, then we can actually base decision making off of that specific species sensitivity distribution or alignment. Next slide, please. So in order for that to work, in order for us to actually use this risk assessment framework that we've come up with, we need targeted monitoring that can get us data to support these distributions, these probability distributions. In addition to that, we also need a lot of data, baseline occurrence data of where microplastics are in the marine environment and how they're getting into the marine environment so that we can report back to the legislature about how to reduce the impacts to the environment. Next slide, please. So we have three main goals for the SB 1263. The first is to establish the baseline occurrence data, for which we'll need a method that can be rapid and can be applied in many cases. The second is to investigate the sources and pathways. So we'll build a model to figure out how plastics are getting into the ocean. And the third is to characterize risk. And for this, we're going to need those very specific methods that can get us the probability distributions, a high resolution method, if you will. So I hope you can see at this point, there's a multitude of objectives that will require a multitude of methods. So there's no one method to rule them all for this particular case. Next slide, please. So just to iterate, one of the goals of building a fate and transport model for the ocean. This is an example that's been developed for San Francisco Bay. This is the type of thing that we want to do statewide so that we really understand how these particles are moving about. Next slide, please. So in order to do that, we're going to need a lot of time points as well as a lot of monitoring. Similarly, for drinking water, we're required to adopt a 4-year testing and analysis plan. For that, we're going to have some different objectives, but in a similar vein. Next slide, please. The main objectives for drinking water at this point is investigative. We want to understand the particle distributions, so we're going to need those methods that can get us the particle distributions, as well as the ranges in the sources and treated waters. In order to get that, we may want to do additional monitoring more than just a high resolution method. We want to estimate the exposure ranges through drinking water. One of the critical components to assessing risks of any contaminant is understanding the exposure. And third, we want to determine the treatment efficacies. If there are different types of treatments that can remove these microplastics, we want to know what they are as soon as we can. Next slide, please. So in order to accomplish all of these goals, we have developed methods. And until today, or until this year, there have not been any standardized methods for microplastics anywhere in the world. And so this is really, we're driving the science globally with the effort that we've been performing with this Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. And you'll learn a lot more about that method development from Charles after my talk. Next slide, please. So based on the meta-analyses, I'll give you a general approach about how we went about that. These are the needs that we've identified for drinking water in the marine environment. We would like to have a lower size limit of 1 micron, so a method that can get down to the very small size range. Note that that is different than the 1 nanometer that the definition includes. Currently, it's not technologically feasible to get down to 1 nanometer, but we believe that we can reliably get down to about 1 micron or so. Further, we want a desired limit of quantification of about 2 to 10 particles for drinking water and about 0.1 or 1 particle per liter for the marine environment. And really, don't take these numbers as concrete. These are really just ballpark ranges. The precision is going to be different for different needs. So for drinking water, we just want to make sure that the method is precise enough to get us a good idea about the distribution in drinking water. We're not intending to do any sort of regulatory action at this point. We're not going to be requiring water systems to report the concentrations if they're above some level, like a notification level. We're not going to be requiring them to treat or take action at this point. So it's really just investigative. Whereas for the marine environment, while it is investigative, we believe that we are significantly closer to having some sort of regulatory threshold. It has yet to be adopted, but that's still a ways off, but it is a sooner thing than in drinking water. Also, we need a method that can get us the chemical confirmation so that we can refer it back to the definitions that it falls within our definition. Next slide, please. So this is just a broad overview of the method validation project. You'll learn a lot more about how these values were derived by Charles after this. But what you can see here is that we have 3 methods that we've developed, each with strengths and weaknesses. Optical microscopy is the cheapest, but it doesn't tell you if it's plastic or not. It also is limited in the sizes and is less accurate overall than using spectroscopic techniques like FTIR and Raman. FTIR and Raman are actually very comparable in terms of all of the parameters shown. The main thing that's different is that Raman can get you a little bit smaller, down to 2 microns, whereas FTIR can get you down to about 10 microns, with Raman being a little bit more expensive than FTIR. Other than that, they're quite comparable, and we feel that these methods are quite robust and will get us those distribution data that we need that I mentioned is really the foundation. We also believe that these methods are highly reproducible and accurate and are good to go for accreditation. Next slide, please. So I presented to you the needs that we have for drinking water for the marine environment, and clearly we've collected a wealth of information, but we don't have all of the answers yet. And this is where I hope ELAP and ELTAC can help out. Based on the laboratory performance of these methods in the real world, outside of this method interlaboratory calibration, we can help inform the data quality objectives that we need based on our needs, our data quality needs, and both the feasibility as well. We want to make sure that labs can actually attain the data quality objectives that we set, but we also want them to make sure that they're usable information for us. Next slide, please. So based on what I've just showed you, I want to tell you a little bit how the answer will change and how this is a moving target. And I already sort of hinted at a lot of that with the method and health effects, but I want to just iterate those 2 things again. Next slide, please. So I mentioned before that we have a mismatch between what's measured in the environment and what's measured in laboratory studies. We would like to close that gap. So we really need more exposure characterization in the marine environment to adequately characterize risk. We have risk-based values that we've derived for the marine environment, but we want to make sure that we're actually seeing those and then in the environment, in which case we'll need methods that can get us lower and lower size limits of quantification. Next slide, please. Additionally, you probably saw the time that it takes and the cost of those methods in a previous slide, the FTIR and Raman. We want the methods to be used as much as we can to fulfill the needs of getting exposure data, how much is out there, as well as the distributions. So at this point, we have a goal to have a tiered monitoring framework. And for those of you that have worked with the recycled water research, you're quite familiar with these surrogate monitoring tools. And this is something that we don't have yet, but it's a goal. So we want to develop a method that could be used for screening that's cheap, rapid, and can give us the information that we need to determine if we need to do more monitoring using another technique like the FTIR and Raman that I showed you before. Next slide, please. We have a tentative goal for how we'd want to design our 4-year sampling and analysis plan, where we do intensive monitoring in the first 2 years for a very small subset of water systems to get a really good idea of the method. How well do labs actually perform in the real world? And what type of data are we getting in? What do the particle distributions look like in the sources and the treated water? And hopefully during this time, we'll be developing those tier 1 methods, the surrogate methods that can get us rapid, cheap answers. Whereas in the second year, we'd be branching out and doing more breadth monitoring, looking at more water systems and ideally applying this tiered monitoring approach. Next slide, please. The other critical component is that the health effects numbers will change. For the environment, we have a significantly higher number of studies that have been done looking at the toxicity than for humans. Really, we've only just scratched the surface at the human toxicity. So those values are very tentative and they're going to change rapidly in the next few years. Next slide, please. So just to clarify, the marine ecotox numbers that we're putting out as risk-based values are based on 167 studies. This is a rather high confidence in these thresholds that we're developing, and these numbers probably won't change too much. Whereas for drinking water, we didn't even feel like there was enough studies that we could put forward any type of management number, like a notification level. We're just defining this as a screening level based on a few studies. So now that you understand all of the objectives that we have, I'm going to hand it back over to ELAP after this, because this is really the part that we need to request to ELAP accreditation for laboratories to run these methods. We've done the research to develop them and the health effects, and we know what type of monitoring we want, but we need to have this back and forth with ELAP and ELTAC in order to make the accreditation process work. So next slide, please. So again, just want to iterate the 3 short-term needs. We need to further validate the Raman and FTIR laboratories with real world samples to see how they perform outside of this intercalibration study. We also, in the future, are going to want methods with lower size limits of detection. What we have currently with FTIR and Raman are great for this preliminary research, but we want to continue to move the science forward. And also, we really need a cheap and rapid surrogate method that can be applied in many instances. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention and hand the mic back over to Christine.
Actually, we're going to hand it over to Charles.
Okay, thanks, Christine. So I want to spend a little bit of time describing the microplastics measurement intercalibration study that SQUIRP has done and that Scott had mentioned in the previous presentation. So next slide, please. Thank you. So there's basically 3 needs and 3 major products of the intercalibration study. First is to generate standard operating procedures, because that's what's going to be necessary in order to have to be able to do a monitoring program. Right now, everybody pretty much kind of uses their own own methods, so it's difficult to compare results. We want to have something that's harmonized, and also something that we can understand how well it works, understand the capabilities and limitations, so that we can A, interpret the results, and B, decide which methods are going to be most appropriate. And the third thing, of course, is that we need an accreditation process so that we can accredit laboratories to do this types of monitoring. And these would be the things that would be involved in accreditation, such as checklists, needs for documentation, as well as standards to evaluate performance. So I'll talk about some of these, and Christine will talk about others as we move forward in this part of this particular meeting. So next slide, please. Okay, so what was the intercalibration study that SQUIRP ran in a nutshell? Basically, we generated blind samples of known composition, and we would send them out to participating laboratories that would use draft standardized methods so that everybody's playing on the same playbook and doing the exact same thing to minimize that as a source of variability for a number of different methods. And what we would do with the data was to quantify a couple of things. We would quantify accuracy. Basically, how close are you getting to the middle? Differences, and we can parse this as a function of various types of parameters, and you'll see some examples of that when I give you a flavor for the kind of data that we. Basically, how close are the triplicate that we send to each lab to each other? That speaks towards repeatability, and from this kind of information, we can quantify, again, how well the methods work and what their limitations are. And this can be parsed in a bunch of different ways in the same lab. We can compare experienced labs to inexperienced labs, which is important because many of the labs that would do this type of monitoring would basically start out fairly inexperienced, because this is a new thing for everybody. How well can they learn and get to the point where they can be experienced? And we also want to quantify feasibility in terms of how long it takes to do these types of measurements. What is it going to cost, which Scott has already mentioned. Next slide, please. So what are the methods that we used? There were 5. There's a couple of spectroscopic methods. There's visual microscopy, as Scott has mentioned. There was also a pyro-GC-MS method, which I won't have time to talk very much about. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. What were in the samples? Well, there were a couple of different polymers. You can see some pictures of what some of these particles look like. They came in sizes all the way down to 1 micron, which is the technically operational limit of what we can currently do, all the way up to about 1 millimeter in size. And they were binned into 4 different size groups, as you see. There were all sorts of shapes, so you can see some fibers in the upper left-hand picture. You can see some fragments. We had some spheres. We also had some false positive materials. This is stuff that looks like synthetic polymers, but aren't, because what we wanted to do was see if laboratories could tell plastic particles from non-plastic particles. And a lot of these were natural particles that, some of which you might expect to find in water, such as sand or shell fragments and stuff. Others of which maybe not quite so much. I mean, we don't really expect bunny fur coming out of our tap, but we used it because some of that fur actually looked quite a bit like the synthetic fibers that we found. And as it turns out, a lot of the labs basically kind of scratched their heads and wondered, what is this stuff? Well, it came off my pet rabbits. Next slide, please. We had a lot of participating labs. This was an international study, and it was a really healthy mix of academic labs and government labs, public sector labs at a number of different levels, as well as private sector labs. And they range from labs that were basically at the vanguard of studying microplastics in the environment, to labs that had never done this before. There's a lot of robustness in participating laboratories. Next slide, please. So how did things kind of work? Well, we would generate blind samples. Here's a bunch of them being prepared, being sent out. They would go through processing in the laboratory, and then we would use visual microscopy to characterize them, to study them. It's really important to take a look, literally take a look at what you get. And as Scott had noted, because visual microscopy does not give you particle conformation, we would basically do chemical analysis to confirm what the particles were made of. Next slide, please. So the SOP for processing the clean water samples, which were a surrogate for the drinking water, this is basically a depiction of what it looks like. Ultimately, it was basically breaking them down into individual size fractions and then getting them onto filters so that they could be enumerated under the microscope and confirmed using the chemical analysis methods that I brought up. Next slide, please. So this is what the overall data kind of looks like. So what we have plotted here are box plots for the methods and the total particle count. Each dot is the mean of a laboratory that used that particular method. The labs were free to use whatever methods they found available. And there, you see 2 dotted lines near the top. So the lower dotted line is the total number of plastic particles that we spiked in each sample. And the upper dotted line were those particles plus all the false positives that we added. And when you first look at this, kind of looks pretty discouraging, because you can see that over half the labs recovered less than half the particles that we added, and there's an awful lot of variability. But remember, there's a lot of parameters and a lot of different ways that we can parse and understand this data. And when you start looking at it, there's a deeper and richer set of conclusions that you can draw. Next slide, please. So these box plots are the same as the previous box plots, except first I've done this on a log scale and relative recovery. That's what the left-hand box plot with the blue one looks like, with total particles. But now what we've done in the other ones is break these out into some of those categories that we talked about, such as the individual size bins, the colors, and the morphologies. You can see there's quite a bit else going on here. So for example, let's look at the right-hand box plot in terms of morphology. You can see that many of the labs actually over-reported the number of fibers that were actually present. As it turns out, a lot of this over-reporting was basically due to laboratory contamination. It's very, very easy for samples to be contaminated by particulates in the air, and many of these particulates are fibers of different types. So that's what you're seeing there. Some of the other aspects, for example, some of the blue particles that we have just happen to be very fragile and they would break apart, which is why they're being over-reported. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. You also saw that recovery was really depressed for the very smallest size particles. So what we have plotted on the left-hand side was recovered for all the particles, irrespective of size. As you can see, it's variable and it's pretty low. However, when you look at particles that were bigger than 20 microns, you can see that there's much better recovery available, almost quantitative recovery. And that's simply due to the fact that those particles smaller than 20 microns are extremely difficult to work with. They're hard to see, they're hard to find, they're hard to pick out. And in fact, many of the laboratories had such difficulties that they didn't actually report data on them. So those are some of the aspects that we can recover from this. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of confirming what the particles were, spectroscopy was actually very, very efficient at doing so. So what we have plotted here are how many accurate results that we got for using Raman spectroscopy as an example, and those results broken down into size fractions. So what we know here is that it was quite accurate. You could identify plastic readily, and we didn't really see any differences between the ability of novice labs to do this versus experienced labs. So in other words, it doesn't take that much to get people to the point where they can use spectroscopy, both Raman and also FTIR, with confidence. Next slide, please. So you've seen this figure before. This is basically a summary of the kinds of things that we would get in terms of accuracy, how long it would take, how much things cost, and what some of the limitations are for these three particular methods. Next slide, please. So again, going back to the kind of products that we have, we've got SOPs now. These were draft ones that were the common playbook that participating labs used for the study. These have now been refined not only by the data, but also by months of video conference discussion with these participating labs to achieve consensus on what they should look like. There's a draft that's currently been submitted, and it's right now in feedback on a number of different levels. We also understand the performance of these types of methods. We understand what they can do. We understand what their limitations are as a factor of all sorts of things. And we also understand what the accreditation needs are for laboratories that would do monitoring work. We understand these performance characteristics. We understand what a good lab can do. And we can provide recommendations for all the things that would go into the things that accreditation would do: checklists, documentations, and evaluation samples. So I'll just talk about one of these, which is the checklist for inspection. Next slide, please. So what are some of the microplastic specific type of things that, that we would want for inspecting laboratories as part of an accreditation process to monitor microplastics? A lot of these involve basically QA procedures, and a lot of them basically involve dealing with contamination, understanding it, minimizing it, and knowing how much you've got. So a lot of cleanliness practices. I talked to you about how easy it is to contaminate your air. You would want to have appropriate air filtration. You would want to have an appropriate water supply that's clear of microplastics. Well, particles in general, actually. You would want to have natural clothing so that you're not basically, wearing polyester clothes, shedding polyethylene fibers all over the place. You would also want to know for sure how much contamination you would have with appropriate air blanks and water blanks. And of course, there are things like instrumentation and equipment to log them and maintain them. So the last slide I have here, next slide, please, is just an example of the kinds of checklists. I think if you hit click, there'll be a circle. There will be a number of things, basically, like, do you have appropriate contamination procedures, evaluating cleanliness of both your laboratory, your washing procedures, yourself, those kinds of things. So what I've done here is give a little bit of a flavor for what our intercalibration study is and what kind of results we've got and what the implications are with regards to monitoring and accreditation needs. And I'm happy to entertain questions if there's time.
Well, it looks like I'm up, and I think, Christine, you were planning to hold questions to the end anyway, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so what Christine has actually asked me to do is kind of tee up some of those discussions that are appropriate to have because some of the presentations you've seen kind of get you down the path, but they're not the end of the path. So next slide, please. So the starting point, very similar to the slide that Christine showed at the beginning. You have a wonderful opportunity here. You normally want 3 things to get you started with a new methodology. In this case, you have all 3. You have a client in Scott who is incredibly knowledgeable about the topic, has as good an idea of what he wants as you'll almost ever get from a client, particularly for a new methodology. You have an SOP that has been agreed to by a whole bunch of labs. You have a method evaluation study that gives you quantification that you rarely have. But there are a number of decisions that come after this. And I think what Christine wanted me to do is kind of walk through what some of those are as a prelude to a discussion that you all can have within ELAP about how you're going to fill those needs, but mostly between ELAP and ELTAC about what are the roles ELTAC can play in helping with those. So next slide. While I'm waiting for the slide, I'll tell you what's on there. There are 3 key pieces. Piece number 1 is Charles is giving you an SOP who determines whether it's adequate. The second is, how do you do the audits? How do you translate this stuff into audits? And then, of course, the third is the performance evaluation samples. Next slide, please. So the SOPs, again, looking beyond just this microplastics example, you all are well aware that sometimes you get SOPs that are very well done. They've been through ASTM or some other body. And more often what you get handed is a journal article that somebody read and said, do this method. Sometimes it's just notes, right? How do you determine whether or not the SOP is good enough for you all to move forward with? So that's a process. I think you have a wonderful opportunity here because Charles is giving you one that is fairly detailed. Is it good enough? So first off, what's your process? As I understand that you have a committee that's already talking about how you're going to go about determining adequacy of SOP. We're inviting you, go use this one as an example. Moreover, I think if you do find things that are inadequate in that one, this is a great communication opportunity because Charles is, I think, probably a step up from the normal research scientist you'll deal with in the sense that he thinks about it in some of this context. But his thought process in developing an SOP is not around accreditation. It's around how do I get my friends and I all to do the same things in the same way. You may have a different way. So how do you communicate to the Charleses of the world, whether it's on microplastics or some other thing? What is the necessary requirement for an SOP before you can move forward? Next slide. Another role will be in laboratory audits. You all need to develop some sort of checklist. You need to be able to translate. What is it that's important? Charles gave you examples, of air filtration. In our laboratory, we put about $250,000 into creating a positive pressure laboratory that's completely HEPA filtered. And our laboratory is probably 1,000 or 2,000 square feet of positive pressure HEPA filtration. You have other labs that have gone over to Costco and bought a few $100 air filter. Is that good enough? How does that tie in, in your inspection process? Is that good enough, or do you ignore the actual materials that are used for filtering the air and just look at the blanks that you would have around the laboratory and figure out how those would be? Somebody's got to figure out how to do that. Charles did you a tremendous favor here. We love Christine, we love helping her. So in this method evaluation study, we also asked all the labs to help us. We looked at what are they doing differences? What are the things that are causing differences across lab? How can we capture that in a document that we can share with you as part of a laboratory accreditation process? But we're not the gods. We just have some ideas and some observations. Somebody has to translate that and figure that out. Next slide. Next slide is going to be very similar. Beyond what you're auditing for in watching the processes while you're there, there's also the documentation requirements. And there's all kinds of things that go on here. One of the things that Charles didn't show you is how much better labs who had experience did, and how much labs that had gone through our training process did so much better than the ones that are not. What kind of training requirements are you all going to have? What kind of documentation of training requirements? So Charles is again going to give you a list of things that came out of this discussion about labs who were involved in the method or the SOP development and had learned from what are the things that cause their laboratories to differ on common samples. But you all have to be the ones to figure out whether that's good enough. Last slide, which I think is actually the most difficult slide, and that's performance evaluation samples. So Charles talked to you about all the different types of plastics, all the different sizes, all the different shapes, all the different colors, and all of the different false positives we put in there. Those samples on average took people 60 hours to get through. Do you really want to have a sample that complex as part of your performance evaluation sample? So which of those things are the most important? Do you want to have multiple sizes? The answer is actually you do. I think you do. That's one of the things that Charles's group is going to recommend to you. Do you need to have different colors? Probably not. Again, it's one of those things that I love the conversations I've had with ELTAC before about the difference between accreditation. Are you trying to get a driver's license so you can drive, or are you trying to get a driver's license so you can drive in the Indy 500? If you want to be in the Indy 500, you do all the things that Charles had in the study, but maybe that's not necessary. And then, of course, the big one is, and how good is good enough? I think you heard from Charles what the range of responses is among the laboratories, so you know what's kind of possible. And you could probably even differentiate who are the experienced lab from the inexperienced lab and say, you got to be at least as good as the experienced lab. Maybe use that. But you also have, from a data quality objective perspective, again, very difficult because data quality objectives, one, are not a single number because as Scott told you, they're going to use them for different purposes at different times. Initially, they're just trying to characterize things. At a later time, they're going to be using it for regulatory purposes. So maybe you have different data quality objectives at different times. How does that then translate to performance evaluation samples and how good you need to be? And then, of course, how are you going to interact with the methods, with the suppliers? Somebody's got to figure out how that's done. And in part, a group like ELTAC could be helpful because the suppliers are going to sit there and go, well, I don't want to do this until I know I have enough labs that are going to want to use it. There's a cost for them to start it up. So maybe that's the kind of thing that ELTAC could help with by kind of figuring out how many laboratories would actually do it for how many samples and figure out what the market is. Anyway, I'm bringing all these things up as a start of a discussion. I think you're in a wonderful circumstance to use this as a case study. I encourage you to do that. And me, my team, with Charles, and Scott Coffin is standing by to answer questions that can help you with that. And that's it. Christine, I think you're up next.
All right, thanks so much, Steve, for laying that out for us very clearly, some of the tough decisions that we have to make for this effort and for future efforts for new methods. So I'm going to come in and give you some perspectives on the work that we've done with ELAP, and hopefully that will help guide our discussion when this item is done. Next slide, please. So as Steve talked about, there's 3 areas of policy decisions that we have to make. So how good is the SOP is the SOP good enough, how we approach our assessments, and the development of a proficiency testing sample. All of those are components of accreditation. So it's important that we figure those out for microplastics and also for new methods. Next slide. So as far as SOPs are concerned, who really makes a decision on whether the SOP is adequate? As Steve mentioned, they've handed it to you, something that has gone through a lot of experts and through the intercalibration study. So we think because it's part of our accreditation process that we will approve the SOP. But how do we make that decision? I think from our perspective, ELTAC can help us here. And by doing that, you can help us potentially develop an SOP for evaluating SOPs. And this microplastic test case is a great example. So we'd like for ELTAC to help us develop that sort of guidance document. Next slide. So our perspective on assessments is, as you heard from Steve, checklists are really important, but who develops that? There isn't a checklist that comes with any new method that we accredit for, but fortunately we have it for microplastics. We think that ELTAC can help us here too, reviewing the checklist to ensure that it is something that the community can implement and follow easily. The other thing about assessments is, as Steve mentioned, is these are new methods and no one is essentially trained in implementing these new methods. This is really important because one of the biggest complaints about ELAP is our consistency with assessments. So we want to make sure that all of the assessors, including the TPAs, are trained to consistently assess these new methods and particularly this microplastics method. Next slide. And another requirement for ELAP to accredit is proficiency testing. As Steve talked about, like, how do you decide the complexity of the samples and the acceptable range? And whose job is it to work with the PT providers? Next slide. So we think that we are responsible for doing much of the work to line up the proficiency testing providers. And we've already been working with Scott and Squirt to talk about the characteristics of complexity and size. Next slide. We've also talked about acceptable criteria and who decides on the range. Next slide. And then availability. How do we gain capacity of proficiency testing providers who want to be in the business to provide the PT samples? So next slide. So I'd like to move on to some discussion on how ELTAC can help us onboard new methods and specifically see how ELTAC can help us completing the onboarding of the microplastics method. Judy, did you want to step in? You're on mute.
Okay, yeah, so actually, yeah, I've given this a little bit of thought just based on the activities of the subcommittee that we already have from the standpoint of what they're working on with method development and validation. And, you know, there's a pretty robust checklist that's underway that's going to help drive that process. From the standpoint of standard operating procedures and things such as that, I mean, clearly that's part of that validation process, because at the end of any method validation, you should have a standard operating procedure because you've documented things along the way and you understand how you got from one point to the next. But the one question that I think that remains is when you bring a new technology or a new method or something of the like, you know, into play that nobody has any experience with except for the developers, then it brings up another set of questions. Who is qualified, if you will, to look at this or to bless this procedure? And my answer to that would be, you know, you would need a group of folks, maybe a subcommittee for ELTAC, that would be willing to look at the different pieces of a standard operating procedure and determine whether or not everything has been clearly covered and is valid and adequate for what you're trying to achieve. So going back to establishing a goal for the standard operating procedure, what are you trying to do? What's the criteria? What type of a detection limit are you looking for? And then what is the plan for the data once you get those results? I mean, what are you trying to determine from it? And I think all of those things drive, you know, what should go into the SOP, because I think every SOP has a scope and application. And I think that should be stated up front. And that's kind of what you use to guide you through an SOP review. So I'm going to stop there and ask for some feedback from the other ELTAC members, because I feel like we have a good process underway, and I think maybe we could tie the two things in together and kind of test that process with this particular SOP, since it's already at a mature place.
And Josie was the first one with her hand up, so.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. And yes, microplastic is an upcoming and an urgent, there's an urgent need for it. I do agree with what Judy has said. I think with the current ELTAC subcommittee, the first thing that came up to mind when I was listening in is, what's the difference between the current charge of the ELTAC subcommittee? It's for research method, and now we have this onboarding of new methods. And I think the two of them complement each other. But my thing here is, in as much as the method, it seems like there's already an SOP developed for analytical method, various analytical method. My concern remained the same with what we were discussing previously, which is the analysis is as good as how you collect the samples, how you properly collect the samples. And it was not addressed in the presentation today. What's stuck in my mind is that there's still a big discrepancy between what's being done in the field and what's being done in the laboratory. And I think the missing link is the sampling protocols. So that's just my first take for now. And then, of course, my question with, let's see, Steve? Charles. From the 26 laboratories that participated in your study, have you seen an interest amongst them to be accredited for this method? And if the answer is yes, are they favoring one method over the other?
Some of the laboratories have expressed interest in being accredited. There aren't necessarily any strong favoring of one over the other, but they do want something that is going to be robust and is going to do the job.
And a follow-up question is, how about the sampling protocols or the sampling SOP?
The sampling protocol is not something that this particular study was designed to address. Scott alluded to some of that discussion in terms of the sampling aspects of that.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in. ASTM has released as standard practice for collecting water for evaluating microplastics with different adjustments for suspended solids, ASTM D8332220. So we are planning to use that method, as the analytical methods that it's based on are virtually identical to what we've developed.
I'm sorry, I did not get who was speaking.
That was me, Scott Coffin.
Thank you, Scott.
Great. Augustine was the next one with his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. These are great presentations. I think all three of you guys gave a great overview of this emerging issue. I had a couple questions. First, I want to comment on what Judy said. I agree. I think having a committee, like making an SOP to review SOPs, might be something that we could just incorporate into the subcommittee on method development and validation. And those things go hand in hand really, well. I think that if you're developing a method and trying to put together the necessary information to make sure that data quality objectives are going to be met, or that the method is good in terms of precision and accuracy and robustness and all that stuff, it would be a pretty easy few things to add to make sure that while you're doing that review, to make sure that the SOP is good and reasonable. It's also a little tough though to develop an SOP for SOP reviews when we're dealing with kind of new technologies, right? If it was limited to GCs and ICPs and things that are conventional, it'd be pretty straightforward, I think, to do those. But as we start incorporating things like optical microscopy or Raman or FTIR or PCR or things that are just a little bit different, it becomes a little bit daunting to make sure you include all of the specific things that should be included in that particular SOP. For example, the environmental controls for microplastics, it would be more, you'd have to have a section in your SOP to make sure that like Steve mentioned, you have to have HEPA filtered air, positive pressure, more so than if you're developing an SOP for like PCBs, where maybe it's not so common to contaminate from your sweater that you wore in the morning. So it'd be tough to, I think, include so many things, but something that maybe a guideline could be set up, especially through the committee that we already have. And my question actually for Charles was that the SOP was great and there's a lot of cool information. My experience personally on these kind of particles is in the nanoscale. So, metallic nanoparticles, a little bit different than the polymeric stuff at micron scales. But we saw a lot of issues with aggregation and, things do weird things when they're really, really small, right? You have some weird chemical interference, chemical at the interfaces that just do weird things. Did you guys observe that? Or did you guys have ways to account for that so that if you're doing like, say, Raman and you have a bunch of particles that aggregate, would you consider that a 20 micron particle or a few, smaller micron particles?
Yeah, aggregation, I mean, that is an issue, especially for smaller particles on that. This was not specifically addressed in this particular study. I mean, these particles are, they basically go down to, single digit microns. I mean, that having been said, I mean, one of the issues, one of the complications that can happen is if you have particles that are on top of each other on a slide that is either under a microscope or under a Raman or FTIR, irrespective of whether they're aggregated or just, on top of each other, that's a problem. Because then it's physically hard to aim the laser to hit the right spot. Or they just get in the way or they're out of focus, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, a lot of the nanoparticle type of methods and stuff are probably that have been developed over the years for study in environmental waters are things that are going to go towards going below 1 micron. Hopefully that addresses your question.
Yeah, I think maybe just something else to keep in mind, like you mentioned, stacking them up and stuff makes it tough or harder, I guess, to measure. So something, I guess, to keep in mind. I'm sure that you guys talk about that in the SOP. Sounds very detailed, but yeah, it's just, I guess, something to keep in mind. But thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the answer.
Actually, Charles, let's expand upon that, because I think this goes directly to your performance evaluation samples. Charles, you can expand on, we actually had to put an additive in the water to prevent them from all clumping.
Correct. Correct. There is a surfactant present that basically avoids that.
Yeah. Otherwise, everything would have stuck to the cap or to the sides or to themselves. So, and you don't put that in, and all of a sudden your performance evaluation is probably going to go terrible for exactly the reasons you just brought up.
Yeah. So that would be used as a preservative or something in the field that addresses kind of Josie's issues of collecting good quality samples. Yeah. Very cool.
Great. Okay, and Corey was the next one with her hand up.
Hi, I've got a question. Scott, during your presentation, you mentioned how there's a lack of studies on the health effects on humans. And I'm curious how you can account for that in method development, and if there's anything that you can do to err on the side of being more health protective when there aren't a whole lot of studies that you can pull from.
Great question. So we're not working with a complete lack of information. Fortunately for us, we do have a small number, about 12 or so studies that have passed through our quality screening criteria to be deemed somewhat reliable for assessing where you might see effects in mammals, specifically in rodents. And so we can take a precautionary extrapolation to what value that could occur for humans, with a very huge asterisk on that assessment that this is not a health effects threshold. This is really just a very precautionary way of determining where one could see health effects start to occur. And this level that we've come up with, the 1 or 2 particles per liter, is based on this meta-analysis that we've performed. And clearly that number is going to change as we get more toxicity information over the next few years.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and then Pam, you're up next.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments and maybe some questions as I was going, kind of looking through some of this. For Christine, how will the FOA category be determined by ELTAC for these new methods? You know, like, are you going to decide, how are you going to decide which technology it's going to go into, or how that's going to go? And in part, the reason why I'm asking that is because will it lead to ELTAC or ELAP actually doing the assessments, or will it be rolled over automatically to a complex technology and we're looking at involving the third-party assessors right away? So. Christine, you're on mute.
Sorry, everybody. So that's a really good question, Pam. We've struggled with onboarding new methodology and figuring out where to put it. I think that's something that we would talk to ELTAC and even internally to figure out if we create a new line item. But what we're looking at right now, as far as any new methods, and specifically for microplastics, that those assessments would be done by the third-party assessors, because they're considered sophisticated instrumentation, which is why I brought up in my previous slide that training is important for consistency of the TPAs, and also for ELAP, who reviews the reports, as ultimately we decide on accreditation.
And that's good information. I would say then that, like, as far as the checklist for the assessment, I would guess that a lot of the third-party assessors have a general new method checklist that they should be tapped into as part of how do you do the assessment. I mean, because they're auditing for like ISO and TNI already, which kind of has that new method development. And I understand they have checklists now for California. But I think before we redevelop that wheel for an assessment checklist, we ask them, how would you assess a new methodology? Then my other comment was, the acceptance criteria. How do we develop assessment or acceptance criteria? That was part of our discussion with the committee for the new methods, and I think it was really good to be able to see in this case kind of how the toxicology studies are going through. Because we don't want to just set a general acceptance criteria. Everything has to be 60 to 140%. If we can, I think that ELTAC, ELAP, the laboratories need assistance with some of the other toxicology studies that are being done in order to figure out how to do this. And I think in this case, we had 22 labs that added into the multi-laboratory information. And of course that, the more labs we have, the more information that we can look at to establish what is acceptable criteria. If you're only looking at 1 or 2 labs, probably as this first started, whatever they came up with was fine. And so, I think we need to have a way of wrapping in the information that we're getting from basically the requesters, the people who are looking at the toxicology, the whatever the driver is. on that. And I don't know the best way. I think that that may be a method by method determination on that. That's all I had.
Okay, thanks so much, Pam. I think that that's a good recommendation to talk to the TPAs, and I am happy to ask them for their checklists to review new methodologies. But I think we need to go back to the specific discussion and question that we have for this item is there specific requests for reviewing the SOP for microplastics and the checklist to deem that they're good. I think we want to see if ELTAC can help with that, but also look to the future on how this committee can help with any future methods that come down the pipe, which I mentioned earlier in my presentation. And I think I heard from Judy and Augustine that they said that much of the work from the subcommittee can help, but I don't think that that's going to meet the timeline for the microplastics efforts. And correct me if I'm wrong, Scott. I think you all would like the SOP and the checklists approved sometime soon.
Yes, we're hoping to have it approved by the end of this year. That's our goal.
So I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood. I thought that you were looking just for like the general procedure, but you want probably a subcommittee specifically to look at the microplastics review. So I just want to clarify that it's not a general process, it's the specific.
Yeah, we're asking for two things: to help with the microplastics efforts, to review the SOP and the checklist, since we don't have an SOP to review SOPs at this point, but also the long-term general process to onboard new methods. So thinking about those two things, an immediate request and also a request for future efforts.
We have a couple people with their hands up. Andrew, you had your hand up, but you took it down. Do you still have something you wanted to add?
Let me just trying to find the mute button there. I did, and I wanted to know, great presentation, by the way. You went into the inner comparison study, but did you actually follow up with a multi-lab validation based on your finalized SOP? Because that's going to help you kind of determine the range of, I wouldn't say acceptance criteria, but your performance criteria of what the method should be able to hit. You'll be able to tease out what are the capabilities based on that SOP, or that if the method's prescriptive enough, it should be able to inform quality based on the performance of those laboratories in a multi-lab validation. So just wondering if you went that route afterwards.
Scott, did you want to take that?
So I think I'm understanding your question correctly. Did we do an inter-laboratory calibration? And that is what the study was. I think you're on mute.
Again. Sorry. Yeah, the inter-laboratory calibration used multiple SOPs that were not standardized. So now that you have a finalized standard SOP, did you do a multi-lab validation in the sense that they can use that SOP and then kind of tease out what the performance criteria should be for that method based on the SOP? What is capable? Because your ranges are based off multiple methods, multiple SOPs, and multiple technologies.
I'll ask Charles to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're right in that we had multiple methods, but we also did have a single method. So we allowed some laboratories to perform the method with modifications, but most of the laboratories did not. They just followed one SOP.
That's correct.
Okay.
The processing method is identical for everybody. It's basically the analysis that differs. I mean, some people have a Raman, but they don't have an FTIR, or vice versa. So,
Andrew, if I can help out, there were three things that were going on. Thing number one is exactly the multi-lab study that you wanted. There was an SOP that everybody had that they worked from, and that was a requirement that they work from that. The second is we had what we called augmentations, where people either where the SOP wasn't specific enough and people saw opportunities to kind of look at alternatives. So as a, for instance, we didn't say whether it had to be a polycarbonate filter or whether it had to be a gold-plated filter or whatever it was. So there was actually a small group that went off and said, we'll do these permutations and see how much that matters. But we did have a core SOP that we worked from. So core SOP, augmentations, and then there's a third piece, which is when we got done with the study and we had the opportunity to learn what caused laboratories to have variability, both within lab and across lab, we asked the labs to help us refine the SOP. I would put the refinements more in the 5% category. No major changes were made, but there are all kinds of subtleties, even things like colors. We changed our definition of colors because there are certain grays versus whites were getting confused. That kind of subtlety was changed. So the final SOP, in a sense, that would be delivered to you all is 5% different than the interlab study.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. I appreciate that. So then as a follow-up, do you have defined performance metrics in that SOP so that ELAP could actually assess somebody? So I know you have performance evaluations, but what about your blind samples or some sort of way of informing quality or capability for that laboratory? Because just running an SOP is not, that doesn't necessarily inform quality. And that's what I think would be an element that we should discuss.
So Andrew, that's a great question. So as a, for instance, there is a requirement to do blanks. There is guidance on how to use the blanks. And that was actually, that guidance was one of the things that was developed in the post sense, because we had, once we had the answers and then we knew what truth was, we looked at what kind of use of blanks would help you get closest to the answer. But what you're asking for is, when are the blanks so bad you should stop working? We didn't do that.
Yeah, and that actually would go into my next discussion, which is, I guess the ask is for DQOs to be established by ELAP, but ELAP doesn't determine DQOs. That's not how the water boards operates. Each program and each or division or office will set their, or project, depending on what level you're working at, they will determine their own DQOs. So I think more importantly, we want to establish criteria of which you can say that method was not, they're not performing that method, or they're not in the clean conditions because their blanks were, there was enough in there that there was contamination in the lab. And I think that's the discussion we're getting at, correct?
Absolutely. And I think the thing that's made more difficult is, you saw it in Scott's presentation. He's got 2 or 3 problems. Problem number 1 is he's got a difference in application now versus the future. In other words, kind of the discovery level. I just want to quantify what's out there, versus later on, I'm going to have a management decision. If you're above this, do so. In a sense, the DQOs are changing over time. And then of course you throw in the, you can make a decision based upon the data use. You can make a decision on the capability of the instrument or some combination thereof. This is exactly where I think it's a great conversation between ELTAC and ELAP, because, and I think I love the way that Christine put it out there at the beginning. It's not just how can ELTAC help her, it's how can they help a person like Scott to narrow down onto what his DQOs are. You're on mute.
Just want to kind of, just because DQOs, it's not, the DQOs are what you're trying to get to. So I think these are just method performance criteria that should be established per the method, but really the DQOs are established by the program, and they're all into like your monitoring effort and all that. So, and just want to just for the audience out there that's listening that may be for water boards, DQOs has a different connotation than in a laboratory method sense.
And the next person with their hand raised was Judy.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is still relevant based on where we're at in the discussion right now, but just listening to the process that the method has, underwent, at least to this point. I mean, I've heard Scott and Charles both speak before on this topic. I think the topic is a great topic, and I certainly believe that they've gotten a long ways with this method. So from the standpoint of ELTAC, and I might be speaking out of turn, the subcommittee, where we're at with the method validation process, I really do believe that we could incorporate the review of the SOP into that committee and maybe bring a couple of other committee members on. And the reason why I think that could happen is going back to what Andrew was just saying about DQOs being a little bit different depending on which way you're approaching that topic, and whether or not you're a lab or an agency or whatever your position is. It does kind of drive where the process goes. So I think about the process itself and talking about new technologies and things like that. There's so many things that come to mind, and there's so many things that need to be addressed. But in my opinion, as EPA has brought on new methods and gotten into new categories of chemicals, I mean, this is no different than crypto and Giardia when they brought that into the mix for monitoring. qPCR for COVID, which is not EPA right now, but right now there is a lot of development around it. And there's considerations going on in multiple agencies, especially CDC. PFAS, there's another one. So that's one that has come about with using technologies that are not common to the everyday laboratory. So every one of these have brought forward something different, but the accrediting and the auditing community has kind of stepped up and embraced those things and put forth processes and procedures to ensure that the laboratories are running them correctly. So, I feel like, as I already mentioned, there are some processes out there by the third-party accreditors. However, they clearly won't have this, but they might have a framework for it. But I also believe that what we've put together from the standpoint of the validation list is a framework as well. So it'd be interesting to collect up that information and compare that to what we've already developed. And I believe that from the standpoint of the review, I think the group themselves have enough experience to challenge the process and bring some challenging questions forward, whether it be on environmental controls, contamination, range of detection, and even isolation of particle size. So just a number of things come to mind there.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Augustine, you had your hand up again.
Yeah, I guess I had two points. One was kind of what Andrew brought up with the performance metrics that Charles presented, or the average recoveries of all the 22 labs. It's tough to set criteria based on that because you have not, like Andrew mentioned, it's not a true multi-lab validation where it's using the same exact method, the same technique, the same instrument. And in Charles's data, there's a huge difference in results based on the instrument used. So it'd have to be something more prescriptive. You can only use one instrument. If you don't have, say, if FTIR is the answer and you don't have an FTIR, you can't do the method, or whatever ends up being. So I think that is important to establish, and again, let folks like Scott set the DQOs and then have the labs follow the performance metrics outlined in the SOP. That should be something that every lab could meet to be able to be accredited by ELAB. And the other thing I want to mention is to Judy's point also, I agree. I think that the work that the subcommittee is doing totally can incorporate SOP review and have that as part of the framework and checklist that the group is developing. It might not be ready on time for what Scott needs right now, but it will be for the future. I think that'd be a good use going forward. But for reviewing this particular SOP, I think ELTAC has a lot of smart folks and cable folks that we could specifically review that SOP in addition to, obviously, with the caveat, it has to be in addition to the experts that actually are doing the microplastics and know the ins and outs. Like, I'm happy to review it, but my experience with things in this size regime is a little bit different than, this type of application. So I could provide feedback from our perspective as a commercial lab, but maybe not in like super in-depth detailed feedback that a expert in microplastics could provide. But the contributions from the group, I think, would be valuable in reviewing this particular SOP as another subcommittee, or I'm not sure how Christine would like to do it, but if we have to propose a subcommittee, I guess I could propose it. I don't know how that would work.
So I'm going to jump in. I know Diana's had her hand up, but I would like a committee like that. I think, this is a nice test case, microplastics, but we often are approached by state agency, as I mentioned earlier, to offer a method that doesn't have an SOP, or maybe an SOP that's not fully developed and there's no clear instructions. So it would be nice to have a standing committee or a work group that's always available that we can go to. Since this committee doesn't meet, you only meet 3 to 4 times a year. And I'm sure the agencies would want to start monitoring right away and get that accreditation offered on our offerings. So that would be something that we would support, some sort of work group or standing subcommittee that can review SOPs.
Yeah, so how would that work? Would we recommend or propose one, or how does that, what's the official process, I guess, for that?
Judy, someone has to propose it and someone seconds it?
Yes.
Or you all vote?
Yes, yes, that's the way I would see that, is that we would need someone to put a motion out there for that. And now let me ask a question before we go down that path. We have a current committee that is working on the method validation. I would envision, and Augustine, correct me on this, but would it make sense to start this process within that committee and then break a committee off from there as a standing subcommittee? Because the reality is you've got people that are currently working on an effort that dovetails it, and then if you set up a separate committee later on, now you're going to have to orient everybody to the process and then maybe train them, if you will. I mean, so I just think it would be nice if we could set it up within what we have and then spin it off from that once we get through the review.
Yeah, I mean, if that's an option, I would be happy to. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that way. Yeah.
Diana, did you want to comment?
Well, yes, I think this conversation has turned to a little bit more detailed about the committee. So my comment is kind of maybe 5 minutes ago. I think I might be speaking on behalf of one of the customers and emphasizing what Judy said. What's the plan for the data? So for example, at State Water Board, we're the Division of Water Quality. What are we going to use the data for? Christine and everyone, I think it's important to set up a preliminary context before diving into assessing the SOPs and everything on the bigger picture. And when it comes to microplastics, so from a regulatory perspective, data will be used to assess the water bodies, to develop regulation. But also, I don't think this is the standard to where laboratories would be analyzing like discharges. I think this would be more so where the ultimate long-term is source control. So just my comment is just to put a little time to set up that long-term, what's the plan for the data and the needs and who the customers are for that data, to have upfront as we all go into the detail of setting this up. Because on the regulation front, one of the benefits we have here is that these methods are being set up with knowing what the needs are versus us regulators developing regulation and then turning back to ELAP on what we need later in the game.
So I'm going to jump in here because I think I want to clarify with Diana and hopefully get kind of a good direction. I think what you're saying is that you would like the agency to present to this subcommittee of this is what my method or methods are going to be used for, and then evaluate it based on that kind of performance criteria in mind.
Yes, that's right. And I guess one of the things I think of when I listen to the entire conversation is, identifying quantification levels and so forth. Yes, if you can present that for what the use of the data would be so that there can be some kind of preliminary assurance that the quality of that data will suit the use and sometimes not go above and beyond the necessary use or the uses. So again, just if we can take some time to identify the different levels of quality data needed for the different potential long-term uses.
Okay, and I think I had Pam on my list is next.
All right, thank you. And Diane, I agree with you completely. I think that we do need that. I'm not even sure if we have identified the people who are going to do that, though, at this point. And maybe it is. I mean, I think that goes back to as to what is the program that's driving this, and that needs to be determined. But as far as setting up a subcommittee, I just want to kind of bring us back to what are these ELTAC terms that we can use, and whether or not a subcommittee is really the best in this case, because I believe the subcommittees are members of ELTAC, voting members of ELTAC, and we're really restricted with the Bagley-Keene Act on that. And so maybe what this needs is something different, either a work group, which I think can be other people from the laboratory community involved in that. The Bagley-Keene becomes a little bit more relaxed, maybe can share some of these documents, which is going to be critical, as well as being able to have an open conversation, or just kind of treating it like a scientific paper and finding some peer reviewers in the laboratory community to do that type of review, as opposed to putting it into this ELTAC subcommittee. And that would be my proposal from ELTAC is we try and find those, that's how we help, is trying to find the applicable peer reviewers to review this. So that's on.
I'm going to hop in with a quick time check. It's officially noon, so just keep that in mind. We also have a couple public comments on this, so just keeping everybody in line here.
Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my response or my additional comments to this in the parking lot, because we can pick it up at the end, because I agree with what Pam said, but just real quick, I'm still thinking that putting this method validation process to the test within the committee on this SOP, I think would be valuable just for both processes. Maybe it's not the be all end all for answering the SOP review, but it might prove helpful. So that's, and anything else about that, I'll table till the end.
I want to check in with Corey. You had your hand up and then put it back down. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I was just trying to lower my hand from earlier. Thank you, though.
All right, Brad, you're up.
All right, and I'll be real quick as well. It kind of sounds like maybe the initial need for what they're looking for is maybe appropriately to go through the current subcommittee. I would definitely want to say, though, that if this is something that ultimately becomes what we would call a method and something that ELAP is to accredit for and to audit for and so forth, that if there is an additional subcommittee to take it to that next level, that I would mirror, I think, Diana's comments to let's begin with the end in mind, and consider not only, the validity of the method and all of that, but also extrapolate out and consider what the regulatory concerns would be down the road, to head off the regulation moving ahead of what these methods are capable of, much in the way that PFAS has sort of evolved, and that the application of the method and the data use really needs to be carefully considered, because if there's regulation forthcoming and levels to be established and permits to be evaluated and ultimately enforced, let's begin with the end in mind. And I'll stop there.
Okay, Christine, you're next.
Okay, I just wanted to quickly say that I agree with Diana's comments, and I think we should put that forward for the subcommittee to discuss, because those questions, in my mind, would be something that the guidance document would ask of anyone that's using a new method. And then I just wanted to go back to Steve, Scott, and Charles to see if, you're getting the questions and the answered that you wanted from this item. It sounds like later in the meeting, they're gonna decide on some sort of review of the SOP, which is probably gonna get you what you needed. But if wanted to just put that out there, is there anything else that you wanted this committee to talk about?
I think you're having all the right discussions. I think our goal here was really more to help you use this as a case study. Besides the fact that Scott has a very defined need, I think this is a great opportunity for your committee to look at the process, because it's very real, and you'll rarely have the level of information that you have about a new method as you have here, and you'll rarely have a circumstance where you have as little, I guess I'll call it precedent. There is not a standard method around the world that's been developed in this process. You'll be the first to develop this accreditation process, and I think people will follow what you do. So it's pretty exciting times, and you're having all the right discussions.
All right, well, Sashmitha, I saw you raise your hand and put it back down. I want to double check to see if you had anything else you wanted to add before we move on.
No, Judy already covered what I wanted to say, is to kind of transcend from the subcommittee that was already formed. So she covered me.
All right, awesome. So then we got a public comment in an email. So Chris Hand is going to read that. And then Jared, you had mentioned you might want to comment. So we'll check in with you after that email.
Thanks. I'm going to read this email quickly. I believe our discussion has kind of captured the commenter's thought process, but I'm going to read it out just to make sure we're all in agreement that it's covered it. This is from Rick Zimmer from Eurofin's Eaton Analytical. He states that ELAP and DDW have already established recent procedures on approving methods for research and/or to meet policy requirements. He gives two examples. The first is the bioanalytical screening for recycled water policy, monitoring requirements that labs submitted SOP and a QA plan for their method, and then the program staff review and approve labs based on their desktop evaluation. Then there's also the CEC method alternatives for recycled water that it has a checklist criteria required by labs to submit to staff. So SOP, QA, QC, data package, et cetera, for approval for their method needs. And then he goes on, the aforementioned were established in response to addressing a policy for monitoring where EPA methods did not exist or were outdated or unavailable or ineffective using current instrumentation. Is ELAP suggesting that these approaches are inadequate for the near-term lab approvals for limited testing or research-related work like microplastics? Which I can say no, we don't. And then we believe the conventional approach for the lab certification, i.e. ELAP-based accreditation for FOTs, is appropriate for regulated constituents, but the desktop review and approach, 2 examples listed above, for analysis of constituents of emerging concern where data needs and new instrumentation outpace formal methods and conventional regulation. We suggest ELTAC review the 2 examples that he provided and recommend a consolidated single method of approach for lab approval for CECs, which I believe our subcommittee is working towards.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Great, thank you for reading that, Chris. And then Jared, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thanks for checking, Jen. Really appreciated this conversation and how robust it was. I'm okay with any follow-up questions now, but thank you to everyone for all this great input and discourse. It's been wonderful.
Great. All right. That's all the comments we have over on this side.
All right, are we ready to move to our break?
All right, if no one disagrees, we'll move to lunch break and we will see everyone back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So welcome back. Welcome back to everyone. We had a great first couple of hours of the meeting. I hope everybody got to have some lunch and take a few minutes to catch up on emails if that's what you have to do. I'm going to call the meeting back to order and hand this over to Mr. Christopher Hand to continue on with our agenda.
Laurel's the one who's actually up to present. Chris is just mastering the PowerPoint for us right now.
Ah, okay. Hold up. Let me get my agenda pulled back up.
I was like, oh, I think I'm sharing the right slide, but it does not look like I am.
No, because it should be the winery.
Right. What can you guys see? It says I'm screen sharing now.
It says what we're seeing is general waste. Oh, there it is. General waste discharge requirements for winery processed water.
Does it look?
We see
But
two
but it's not the full screen.
Yeah, we're on
Seeing
presenter.
Yep.
the double screen with the next slide.
There we go. Now you should see the right one.
Ah, there we go. Yep.
Excellent.
Perfect. Okay, so our next agenda item is the winery general order, and this should be a 30-minute presentation, and it's going to be headed up by Laurel Wardrop. I apologize for the pronunciation, who's with the Division of Water Quality. Do we have her back on?
I see her. There she
Yeah,
is.
the Zoom completely dropped me. That was really bizarre. So I'm going to introduce Rebecca Greiner to give the presentation. She's an environmental scientist in the Waste Discharge Requirement Program. And then I'll be doing some of the monitoring slides at the end. And thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, well, as Laurel said, my name is Rebecca Greiner. I'm an environmental scientist in the Waste Discharge Requirement Unit, or WDR unit. Today, we're going to be presenting on the general waste discharge requirements for winery processed water and its monitoring requirements. You might also hear it called the order, the general order, winery order, something of the like. Those are all the same thing. So in this presentation, we're going to discuss three main aspects, which will be an overview of the order, the tier requirements and their monitoring, and the takeaways. So the next slide, yes, order purpose. So this general order was adopted by the State Water Board on January 20th of this year. It's designed to be protective of water quality while also streamlining statewide permitting of winery processed water waste discharges to land, achieves statewide consistency, and allowing regional boards to focus their resources on backlogged individual orders and general compliance. So some of the primary constituents of concern with winery processed water are nitrogen, biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, as well as salinity. Things such as grape juice, wine, source water, solids, and cleaning chemicals can contribute these three to water. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the wineries within California. This order covers wineries that are generating between 10,000 and 15 million gallons of winery processed water that is discharged to the land. And it's estimated that about 1,500 wineries may need to enroll in the order. And these are facilities that are specifically producing wine or grape juice. It doesn't include distillation facilities, breweries, or meaderies. So to accommodate the increase in these regulated facilities, we need labs to build capacity in denser winery regions to offer some of the testing services that are required through the order. Areas with high numbers of wineries are in the North and Central Coast, as well as Southern California, the Central Valley, and Temecula. Next slide, please. So here you can see a brief overview of the timeline for enrollment in the order. It was adopted in January of this year, and earlier this month, the fee schedule was adopted by the board. And this blue arrow is approximately where we are in the process. So over the next few years, wineries will be notified of enrollment and will be transitioning to an electronic enrollment statewide process. So existing wineries without any WDRs will need to enroll by January 20th of 2024, so 3 years from adoption, and can propose up to a 5-year compliance schedule in their application. So wineries under other types of WDR coverages through the regions will need to work with that region on enrollment into the winery order and transferring out their current coverages. For new wineries, they should be designed for compliance with the winery order and are required to enroll 180 days before opening and operating. So a compliance schedule timeframe will be provided by the regional board and begins with the notice of applicability issuance. And this letter will also include a monitoring and reporting schedule that begins with its issuance. The order also includes schedules for technical requirements such as groundwater monitoring or subsurface disposal system upgrades. Next slide, please. So there are basic regulatory areas that are based on a tiered structure. And this tier is for things such as solids management, processed water ponds, salts, disposal systems, and reporting and monitoring requirements. Next slide, please. So now Laurel will go further into the monitoring and reporting requirements that are involved in the order.
Thanks, Rebecca, for that great introduction. And I'm going to leave my camera off because I was dropped from the call, so forgive me. So Rebecca mentioned the model monitoring and reporting program. So there's an extensive program in the adopted winery order for wineries to comply with depending on their tier. There's also ongoing monitoring requirements, one being a letter to the regional board when there's an instance of a violation or non-compliance with the order. And then if there's groundwater monitoring being conducted, there's semi-annual groundwater monitoring reports due March 1st and August 1st of each year. All the other tiers have an annual report due March 1st of each year. And this includes the water quality testing results. And we're hoping to have a lot of that in GeoTracker. Next slide. So this order includes, potentially 1,500 or plus wineries, and they're all a little different. And so the requirements are tiered depending on the winery size, as well as on the features they have. So for example, there's monitoring required for ponds, but not every winery has a pond. So it may not be a compliance point. It may not be part of their tiered requirement, and it may not be a feature that they have to have included in their final monitoring and reporting program from the region. So there's tiered requirements for these features, and then different site dependent features that we include in the order. Next slide. I want to spend a bit of time on this matrix, and forgive the acronyms. I'm going to tell you what they say on there. But this slide summarizes the key analytical constituents from the model monitoring and reporting program that wineries are going to be requesting from the labs, as well as the types of samples they're going to be sending to labs for analysis. The types of samples are mainly food processor, wastewater, water, or solids type of samples. And exactly where the sample is taken, like I mentioned on the last slide, depends on the type of winery and the features. The constituents and the frequency is tiered based on the size of the winery, where the smallest winery is tier 1 and the highest one is tier 4. That's where groundwater monitoring kicks in. And we really need labs to understand kind of the frequency of samples being required, as well as the types of samples to build that capacity for these wineries asking for these services. I do want to just mention there are some on-site testing requirements. So lab wineries will be doing some field methods for pond, like electric conductivity or pH, and there's a lot of observations on their treatment systems and land application areas of the wastewater. So there's a couple constituents for salinity, fixed dissolved solids, and total dissolved solids on the slide here. Biochemical oxygen demand for odors, and just ensuring that their land application areas are being appropriately managed. And then there's a nitrogen suite, which includes total Kjeldahl nitrogen, ammonium as nitrogen, nitrate plus nitrite as nitrogen, and then total nitrogen, which might be a calculation or an actual sample. There's also general minerals if they're actually doing groundwater monitoring, and this includes a cation or ion balance, alkalinity, calcium, nitrate, sodium, fixed dissolved solids, bicarbonate, magnesium phosphorus, chloride, total dissolved solids, carbonate, hardness, potassium, and sulfate. And the region can also add those on if they're doing groundwater monitoring. There's primarily most of the tiers will be doing grab samples, so filling the bottles and then sending them to the labs per those procedures. But some of the larger wineries will be doing these 24-hour composite samples, which are more complex and a little more expensive. They're going to be doing this mostly biweekly or monthly, but there are some annual requirements here and quarterly. So that's kind of the frequency that they'll be asking for these. The order doesn't specify methods being used, but if we go to the next slide, we do have some regulatory effluent or loading limits that kind of set the basis for the performance of the test method recommended by the consultant, the winery, or the laboratory. So if it's a land application area type of sample, there's this requirement to meet agronomic rate for applied constituents through an annual nitrogen balance And this is, we're going to get into this in a couple slides about this crop uptake value and how the winery can represent compliance with that. There's also 100 pound per acre per day loading average for biochemical oxygen demand. And so this is a loading through an irrigation cycle at 100 pounds per acre per day. So they're going to be asking for BOD effluent samples so that they can use those to calculate their compliance with this loading average. And if the winery has a subsurface disposal system, there are some pretty rigorous effluent limits. And these would be taken as the wastewater leaves the septic tank or holding tank. Before it's discharged to land, they have to sample the effluent, and it's an averaging over 3 samples, and they have to meet the constituent limits on the slide here. There are some other limits related to flow and stuff, but they're less related to lab analysis. Next slide, please. Oh. So another thing in here, it's not an effluent or loading limit, but it is a new threshold, and it's related to salt control. So all wineries have to do salt control practices, but the tier 2 through 4 wineries, so the larger wineries, have a new threshold they have to conduct for fixed dissolved solids, which is basically the source water concentration plus 320 milligrams per liter of additive fixed dissolved solids. It's not a violation of the order to exceed the threshold, but it is a violation not to do any follow-up reporting or requirements based on the exceedance. Next slide. Big shout out to ELAP for adding a new accreditation method for fixed dissolved solids. Almost all the wineries in the order other than tier 1 are going to have to do fixed dissolved solid sampling. And so having a method that they can now obtain accreditation through is critical in compliance of this order, ensuring that the regional boards are getting valid and quality assurance results from these labs. And we understand that labs are going to have to build capacity and accreditation for this method since it's just now being offered. Next slide. So this is kind of where the discussion comes in before we put up our thank you and contact slide. As I mentioned with the loading and demonstrating compliance with an agronomic rate, part of that calculation is your crop uptake of nitrogen, for example. And we allow 3 different ways for a winery to give the regional board a number that they're going to use for their crop uptake. And this is the uptake of nitrogen for where the processed water is being applied to land, where they're actually irrigating with it. One is published analytical values, for example, from the California League of Food Processors or the Western Fertilizer Handbook. Another one is a custom value that the winery provides the region, like from an ag or crop advisor. And the third is crop tissue. And this is kind of where the rubber hit the road for us, is there is no accredited method offered for crop tissue. And there isn't even really a method developed. There's some standard operating procedures. So our question today, because there might be a future market for this, and we've talked to the winery industry about it, of being a potential in the future, are these questions on the slide about, are you aware of any methods being developed for regulatory purposes? Are there any thoughts on how you do a lab analysis on this? Are you interested in networking on method development or can help us network on that? And is there any interest in a technical review? So I'm going to stop talking for a minute and maybe it can be opened up. Maybe we leave the questions on the slide or whatever.
I think that would be a good idea. Thank you so much, Laurel and Rebecca.
Is there any questions out there from the observers? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no.
Augustine and then Pam, they both are right as you started to talk. Sorry about that. So Augustine, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, so this is a little bit outside of our expertise. I mean, the analysis of these constituents is kind of the same, right? It's a question of sample prep. So I think that, thoughts on lab analysis. And it's doable. People do this in plant tissue. We've done it in our lab. There are methods out there. I think there's ways to poke through the literature and then apply kind of the stuff we were talking about with microplastics, and and what we're working on in the subcommittee to get an idea of what some minimum criteria for these methods are. But yeah, I think that's a kind of literature exercise and see what's out there and put together based on the framework that we're working on in the subcommittee. I think it's totally doable and it works well with ELTAC, I think.
Pam, you were the next one.
So I had a question. It looks like most of this is all wastewater treatment, basically, as far as where it's falling under in the category. But at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned something about the drinking water. So are we looking at this as far as from the a drinking water component, and then is it in the water or would it be in the wine?
That's a great question. There's so many different fluids that come out of winemaking. Some you drink and some you wouldn't want to. So this is all based on the wastewater produced by the winery, and the regulatory limits and requirements are to protect drinking water. So that's the essential thing here. But there are some upfront samples that need to be taken for the source water used to make the wine. I hope that clarification helps.
Is that good for you, Pam, or you have anything else you want to add?
She nodded. That's good.
Okay, sorry, she disappeared off the screen.
She did.
All right.
Sorry, I was on mute.
That's all right. Judy, and then Brad, and then Josie. So go ahead, Judy.
Okay, so yeah, first of all, thank you both very much for the presentation. It's a great presentation. It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse. So I have a couple of questions from the standpoint of if you're looking for something for crop tissue, what is the purpose of understanding the actual tissue concentration if the concern is in the wastewater?
So that's a great question. So when a winery produces the wastewater and they discharge it to land, if there isn't a significant amount of uptake of the constituent into the crop, it can actually leach into groundwater. And that's where the drinking water concern comes in. So this is to protect groundwater, and without having some type of crop uptake number, it's very hard to determine where the nitrogen is going in the nitrogen cycle. So it's a piece of their nitrogen balance. And we actually want some numbers that they're proposing to demonstrate compliance with that loading.
Okay, so in other words, then part of the tissue uptake is to help remove some of the nitrate. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's counterbalancing what's actually in the effluent itself.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay, that now I understand. I didn't know if we were looking at this from the standpoint of it being too concentrated in the plant itself, or if we were looking at removal and treatment by the plant, which is what it sounds like.
Yeah, and these same numbers are used to show health of the plant or what the plant needs. So that makes sense. They use that in the agronomy field to determine plant health and needs. So yeah.
Absolutely. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, I think actually with that last comment, you may have, kind of provided, an answer to this. The kinds of testing that you're talking about where it is plant tissue for nutrients, that's very much an agronomic lab type of forte. So, where ELTAC is advisory, for the environmental, I would also encourage you to be looking out and reaching out to the agronomic community for methods and thoughts on the analyses, because that's really where the specialization comes into play. So particularly, I know there's a great number of those ag labs up and down the Central Valley. So something, an alternative to look at.
Yeah, no, that's really, really good advice. The challenge we're coming up against is this: they do a lot of the sampling, but they're not accredited for it because it's not usually used in such a regulatory kind of effluent based limit. And so we're kind of in this place where we need accreditation to actually accept these samples.
Got it.
To be valid for the order. But but they probably have the SOPs and the basis for how they run the method. So great. Thank you for that.
Okay, Josie.
I wanted to echo what Brad just said, because in my past interaction with different kinds of laboratories, I did send plant samples to laboratories back in the, in the Bay Area that specializes in plant tissues and whatnot. And further, I'm part of the CV Salts group that discusses agricultural issues on nitrogen and nitrogen control program and salinity control program, by which Winery are also part of the sectors that part of that group. So I think, I think there's methods out there that can be used and has been used in the past. I do understand your quandary about, are they approved methods? Are they certification ready and whatnot? But those networks are good resource of information on the status of what method they're using and what do they do for compliance purposes as far as their data is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great. Christine and then Andrew.
All right, thanks so much.
Christine, you bumped your mute button.
I just wanted to bring everybody back around. I think a lot of these comments are great. Sounds like there is something out there, but we go back to the issue of reviewing an SOP, if it's adequate enough, and if the method is something that we can actually accredit. So it's like going back to the microplastics discussion, but having it, in this agenda item. So we have seen an SOP from one laboratory within the Central Valley, but again, we're at a point where how adequate is that SOP? It doesn't appear that it is, but we would like the Technical Advisory Committee to help us with that. Because the way that we look at those SOPs is to see if it's auditable and if we can accredit for it. And we're looking for some sort of technical review from the committee to help provide some advice on that.
Can I jump in on that?
Go ahead.
One of the things that comes to mind is while we may not be the technical experts, and again, I think we've got a number of people on the ELTAC that would have a lot of good input. Unless we do have somebody that their forte is agronomy, I don't think that we have the expertise necessarily. However, what we are experts in is accreditation. So the thing that comes to mind is while we may not be the best choice, if you will, for the technical piece of the SOP from the standpoint of writing it, we certainly are qualified to look at the SOP with with the type of mindset to ask the right questions and to see if all of the I's have been dotted and T's have been crossed from the standpoint of looking at something through the lens of accreditation. So I do feel like we've got something that we can do there. But I would hope and request that the SOP be as technically mature as possible before we were to undertake that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I agree with you, because what if it's not to a state that is good enough to review? And the other aspect of it is that this is just one lab that we have procured the SOP from. It hasn't gone through a multi-lab validation study that it is robust and can be repeatable throughout different laboratories. And as you see in this order, there's many wineries throughout California. And so there's only one lab that can do this, and they're going to need a larger capacity of laboratories to be able to comply with the order if they choose to do the nitrate plant tissue testing. So there's a couple things happening in this order here. we're hoping that ELTAC can help with. And I know that a lot of the discussion is going to be had within the subcommittee surrounding the guidance document, but just like in microplastics, they're wanting some help now. When do you think the monitoring could start happening, Laurel?
So we have a fee schedule that was adopted July 6th. So technically wineries can enroll now, but we're seeing, I think potentially it'll start this fall, kind of the first wave of that. And the wine industry shared with us that crop tissue is not their first go-to for their uptake values. So they're trying to tease out what kind of market there is for this, but we'd like to probably get some preliminary information together. And we recommended through ELAP support that the wine industry works with labs and things like the California League of Food Processors to get a method together and then propose that to the program as well as ELAP and then take it to this committee. And they're not sure if they want to do it yet, but that's been our recommendation to them. And so far.
Andrew, you had your hand up briefly. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, sorry about that. My hand it keeps on lowering it.
It's
So I like pop up and down. I apologize. But I was just going to add to Brad, what Brad said, which is another type of lab that might be helpful. I believe the cannabis regulations had something similar. I'm not sure if it was nitrogen, but I know that they wanted some sort of tissue or plant analysis of nutrients of some sort. So they may have some methods that are available to add to the single one that you have already. And it just might be another resource to go to see if they're able to find labs that could do that type of analysis. And then to kind of add to what Judy said is, come back to ELTAC to then review kind of the elements that are in that method as far as is there enough in there that we feel comfortable with the quality of it and can it be accredited? And I think that's the second angle.
Thank you
that's
so
just
much.
another resource. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Brad, you're the next one.
I think this question is for Christine. Is part of what you're asking for here, Christine, also a thought or a recommendation from ELTAC as to whether or not ELAP should be adding something like plant tissue as an accreditable matrix? If you're evaluating the SOP from the standpoint, can we accredit it? And the SOP is written to this particular matrix, which is definitely not soil and definitely not water. Is that part of the question here?
I think that it's already been answered because it's been put in the order, and anyone that has monitoring requirements within the board is required to be accredited. So the answer is yes, it is within our accreditation. But I guess you could answer that philosophical question if you want and say whether or not you think it should be or it shouldn't be. But we're just trying to help DWQ find an accredited method for this order requirement. And to answer Andrew's question, it was in the cannabis general order, but there wasn't a method that they could find for us to accredit. And I think in the order language that it's optional, and I believe they might have even pulled it out of the order. So we never even went down that path with the folks that wrote the cannabis general order.
Yeah, the crop tissue is very contentious, and it has some overlap with irrigated lands. It putting actual values to agronomic rate is kind of is touch and go.
Okay, Pam, and then Josie and Sashmita.
So we're talking about getting an accredited method, but Christine, before we get, I mean, if you're going to be having an accredited method, I mean, we're kind of all talking about like, yeah, that isn't what we do. We don't do this plant tissues. We can maybe do the BODs, we can do the nitrates, we can do the other, you know, TDS, those type of things. But this crop tissue is likely going to be a lab that's not here, not in this group that we're going to do. It's going to be one of those agronomic labs. And then I think that that's that process that you need to go through is not only do they need to have the method accredited, the laboratory needs to be accredited to their quality systems. And if you give them the TNI, which is not going to be quite applicable, but it's better probably than what they have right now, because if they're not accredited by anything, if they even try and get their quality systems in line, their SOPs are going to follow suit, because that's part of what the quality systems does is that it kind of builds those SOPs, puts in the rigor that is needed in that. And so if we work on getting those labs that do this testing in the accreditation, work on them on that quality systems over the next couple of years, you know, then I think that you can more easily look at their SOPs and make it an accreditable procedure, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. And this is good feedback for DWQ when it comes to these types of limits, just what it takes, you know, to actually move the ball.
Great, Josie, go ahead.
Hi. Well, Pam took the words out of my mouth, but I wanted to expand it a little bit further by, you know, are the wineries that we're talking about, are some of them have in-house laboratory that perform effluent discharges from those wineries, and the results are being reported for compliance purposes. They too need to be accredited by ELAP. So I took it a step further by those in-house laboratories within the wineries.
So I can jump in here and say, yes, that's correct. That's what DWQ's understanding is as well, is that if they want to use one of their own in-house laboratories, they would need to bring it up to ELAP's accreditation standards and obtain accreditation through ELAP to be able to report for these monitoring requirements. I think the ask more here with the nitrate and plant tissue analysis is more towards the method itself. Is if they find a method, would they be able to bring it to ELTAC and say, is this something that an environmental laboratory could do, right? Is there enough information here for us to to feel confident in the number that this method produces at any laboratory who is accredited for it, right? And so that's more the ask is, can we get a method? Can ELTAC help review it if we can find one? Then how do we move on once we get to that point?
And if I could just say, you know, it sounds like you all are saying there are separate laboratories that are agronomic laboratories, but the SOP that we got was from an ELAP accredited laboratory that is, you know, dipping into this area of testing. So it could be something that the lab's population in ELAP, if a method or an SOP is approved, could start to offer in their services.
Can I respond to that? Having done different parameters that constitutes the nutrients, you know, TKN, ammonia, nitrate, nitrite, plant tissue is just a different matrix. Pretty much it all boils down to what kind of digestion it goes under before you analyze it. And therefore, for TKN digestion, a plant tissue is just a plant tissue the same way that the soil or the water will be digested to the digestion process, but the analyses are the same. So again, going back, you know, I'm not aware of any additional, you know, a special procedure applicable for this is specifically to the nitrogen family. So that's just my two cents on that. It's made, the matrix, the digestion is the same for different matrices.
I'm just going to do a quick jump in. We have Sashmisha and then Augustine. We are a little over time on this, so we're going to have to wrap it up kind of soon. But go ahead, Sashmisha.
Thanks, Jen. It feels like we're jumping the gun a little bit, Christine. I mean, what you're requesting for kind of falls in line with the subcommittee already in terms of method validation. You need to have the method validated before we start evaluating SOPs, correct? Or am I in the wrong? I mean, we need to first have an approved method before we go to actually even looking at the compliance of the SOP. So I don't, at least that's what I gathered, is we don't even have approved methods as of today.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at, where
Okay.
there isn't a method that we know about, but we do have an SOP from a laboratory. So the ask is, where do you think ELTAC could help this agency, the Division of Water Quality, in this area of testing?
So I think before the subcommittee comes up with a procedure of how to validate, like, the basic scope of the subcommittee is to come up with a procedure that validates the quick validation process that ELAP is looking for. So I think until ELTAC comes to a conclusion on that, I don't think we're ready to take this task on. Or at least that's my 2 cents.
And I appreciate that comment. I think that, we're just looking for some sort of support for this client on accreditation for this testing.
Right, and I don't know, basing validation on one lab's SOP or their data may be a little too risky for the industry.
Augustine, did you want to add in here?
Yeah, so I have a couple comments. First, I think like Josie mentioned, measuring nitrate, like if you're looking at nitrate in wastewater, it's not all that different from looking at implant material. It's just a matter of doing the sample prep for the right matrix, or it's not different from soils or anything else. So I think it'd be pretty straightforward to work to adapt this kind of method into a environmental lab that already has a workflow for nitrate, for example. And ELAB does accredit, some ag methods, right, of FOAs like 124, 125, I think, are in food commodities. I don't know if there's a lot of labs accredited for that, but I think it should work within the framework of what ELAB does, in my opinion, at least. And I know that a lot of ag labs that dabble in both environmental and agricultural stuff can handle that, but a lab that's dedicated to agricultural work might be a tall order to get them, up to like TNI, for example, and get an ELAB accreditation. It'd be tough. In my experience, at least, the workflows in a cannabis lab or in a agricultural lab are pretty different from an environmental lab in terms of operating within a regulatory framework. So it might be a little bit tough. And the other thing I want, so I guess the big picture is, yeah, we can adapt it to environmental labs, and I think it's within kind of the scope of what labs can do. But the other thing about validating a not mature method, yeah, that would be tough. Like, obviously, we can, as ELTAC, we can review these SOPs or the one SOP from one lab. Like if we were reviewing it in our lab, we would test it out and see if it works and provide an additional data point for that. But it would have to be a technically mature SOP, like I don't know, maybe I'm not sure who mentioned that, but it would have to be a technically like mature. It had to be the science behind the extraction has to be right. It has to be good, because I'm not an expert in that and I can't make an assessment. I can say, yeah, it makes sense. Chemistry sure makes sense, but maybe there's another not obvious thing that an agricultural chemist might know more than me. So it would have to be technically correct. The other stuff, the QC stuff, the parameters and minimum criteria, we can review that. I think that's no problem, just like we would for the microplastics. So I think it's kind of in the scope of what we can and can't do, I guess.
Okay, Brad.
I think it comes down to as well, and I agree with everything that Augustine said. I think it falls well within the abilities of an environmental lab to do this kind of modification. But I would question whether or not we even really need to be looking at a modified method or even at an in-house SOP. I would be challenging the lab that has made this method that there are other methods. There's a lot of methods out there outside of the EPA, and I would redirect back to the AOAC methods to see if there very well may be. And I'm kind of getting some just on a quick search, ways of doing total nitrogen, Kjeldahl nitrogen as an example. These aren't, unique species. These are common everyday things. And so I think that maybe that the pick list of the methods, they're just looking in the wrong direction. And so before ELTAC or anybody else takes on a review of an SOP that might be coming out of one lab, I would say is if that SOP can be based on an actual, developed as I think Judy said, mature SOP. Well, a mature SOP is going to come from a validated method that's already out there and common. So could ELTAC review an SOP for a homegrown method? Perhaps, but I would say that the question is do we really need to? Because I think that the lab may be just looking in the wrong direction for the method that they're proposing. So.
Yeah.
Peter, you had your hand up for a second, then put it back down. Just want to check with you before I move on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was kind of going to say what Augustine did, and granted, I'm not a chemist, so forgive me if this is off base. It seems like, based on the earlier conversations of the fact that ELAP isn't accrediting for the prep and the extraction methods, is there really a need? As Josie pointed out, in the end, you're just doing, various nitrogenous compound analyses, and the skill of being able to do it in it is in the matrix that you're working in, which is plant tissue. So, I certainly couldn't review one of those methods necessarily and validate it, but one of the chemists that's on here, I would think would be able to speak to the extraction method. And then from there, it just seems like it's an already accredited field that ELAP has to do the nitrogen analysis. But.
Well, thank you. I know we're way over time on this item. I appreciate everyone's feedback. Chris, could you pop up the thank you slide for the recording? I don't know if there's any other hands up, but thank you so much. I'm furiously writing notes. So.
Great, thanks, Laurel. So Shmita, you had your hand up again and put it back down. Just want to check with you too.
So Peter kind of touched on it, but with ELAP not accrediting the digestion process or the extraction or the prep methods, it will become an important aspect of validation is how do you validate each matrix, especially a plant tissue if you're using, like Josie and all the other chemists on this panel have spoken, it's really digestion, right? And then after that, it's the same old procedure. But how do you ensure that your digestion process that you use for your everyday soils and water that has been validated, that has gone through the extensive validation process, how do you ensure that process actually applies to this new matrix? That onus is going to be on each individual lab. And if ELAP wants to accredit it, then I think this committee or ELAP has to come up with a way to make sure that that is a consistent and approach where, the regulatory world is evaluating against.
And then Carol, I think you'll be our last comment on this one.
Okay, so I don't have a whole lot of expertise in this particular plant tissue analysis, but just in listening to the conversation, it sounds like there are some potential valid methods out there. And if an environmental lab wanted to propose an in-house method associated with this type of analysis, the easiest form of validation is to compare your procedure to an already vetted and used procedure out there in the industry. And so it could be as simple as taking the tissue, running it in-house your way, sending it out to an agri lab who has run this method for multiple years and comparing results. And so there are potentially easier ways of a laboratory approaching this for accreditation purposes under environmental with a different matrix. That, you know, yes, having maybe ELAP look at the SOP and make sure information is there. But if you're already got a written test out there, which already does kind of give parameters as far as quality control and things go, and you can adopt them into your method that you're using for this procedure, it would just make the validation and the accreditation process that much easier. My 2 cents. Or I just say 2 bits, you know, with inflation.
Great. I'm going to pass it back to Judy at this point.
All right, so all good discussion. Wish we could continue it because I certainly have a few more things I would like to say, but but I always do. So instead, we'll move on with our next agenda item, which is imidacloprid performance, and this is concerning a pesticide and a new method as well. So I'm going to turn it over to is it Susan?
Yes, that's right.
Yep, I can't pronounce your last name and I'd be afraid to mess it up.
Okay.
Pronounce it for me.
Sure, it's Freegain.
Susan Freegain is our next presenter. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Judy. So as I mentioned, my name is Susan Freegain, and I work with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program at the Central Valley Water Board. In addition to myself, our program manager, Sue McConnell, and our staff person, Chris Jimerson, who's our data management team lead, are involved in this effort. So I'll be talking about our draft imidacloprid performance-based method validation request. If you haven't had a chance to see it yet, there is a draft letter in your meeting packet that we've prepared. And before I move forward, I just want to tell you right off that our takeaway message is that we would like an ELAP accredited analytical methods for imidacloprid analysis in water that with reporting levels that are biologically relevant. And we're very interested in feedback from the ELTAC members today. My presentation will be relatively short, so you know, of course, I'm open to questions to further your understanding of what we do and what we're asking for. Next slide, please. So my presentation is going to cover some background on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. We also refer to it as the ILRP, and some of our goals and processes. I'll cover how ELAP accreditation would helps our regulatory program, talk about the draft method validation request letter, and what our desired outcomes are from this request. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is to ensure that agricultural discharges are in compliance with water quality objectives. And this is done through several general orders for our region. And these are implemented with the help of several coalition groups. These orders require monitoring and reporting for surface waters that receive agricultural discharges. And this includes regular testing for agricultural pesticides. So our program developed a pesticide evaluation protocol, which I'll probably refer to as PEP at other points. And this process is used to identify high-risk pesticides for monitoring that's being done on a watershed basis. So the PEP process utilizes several criteria, and that would include such as pesticide use reporting data, toxicity thresholds, recent testing results, and other factors that help us to identify and prioritize which pesticides should be monitored. So the US EPA aquatic life benchmarks are commonly used for our toxicity thresholds. And in the case of imidacloprid, which is a neonicotinoid insecticide, the benchmark is 0.01 micrograms per liter. Virtually all of the watershed areas in our program have identified imidacloprid for monitoring. And for example, during the 2020-21 water year monitoring period, more than 130 samples in our region will require imidacloprid testing. However, the current minimum reporting levels that are being used for imidacloprid testing in our program are above our toxicity threshold of interest. And this means that the test results can't tell us whether imidacloprid may be impairing aquatic life. Next slide, please. Therefore, we'd like to have ELAP accredited analytical methods for imidacloprid that meet our needs. And this is important because there's no EPA 40 CFR method or published standards for imidacloprid analysis in water. And we want to know if laboratories can achieve the MRL of 0.01 micrograms per liter or less and meet our desired performance criteria. And we also want to ensure that the test results are consistent and comparable across our region. So there aren't any labs that are currently ELAP certified for imidacloprid analysis. So to address this need, our plan is to circulate a request letter to laboratories for performance-based method validation packages. And our plan would be that after the Central Valley Water Board review and approval, laboratories could apply for ELAP certification. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, a draft request letter has been included in today's meeting package. And that letter includes our desired performance criteria and measurement objectives that are outlined in the letter. I believe the criteria and objectives are fairly standard for this type of monitoring, but of course I'm not the expert, so I can be corrected on that. I'd like you to note that US EPA approval is not required for this validation package because there's no 40 CFR methods for imidacloprid in water. And the submittal date for the method validation packages from the laboratories will be determined as we go through the process of finalizing this request letter. Next slide, please. So this is our final slide, and I want to sum up that we would like to have an ELAP accredited, ELAP accredited analytical methods for imidacloprid analysis in water with reporting levels that are biologically relevant. And to do this, we want to request performance-based method validation packages that meet the MRL of 0.01 micrograms per liter or less, and our performance criteria. Our ultimate goal is to obtain high-quality sampling data to ensure that beneficial uses are protected. In this case, it's aquatic life beneficial use. And that kind of wraps up my presentation. We welcome any questions and feedback from the ELTAC committee on what we're looking for.
Great, thanks so much, Judy. You were the first one with your hand up.
Yeah, so it became apparent to me to ask the question of do you have any idea of how many laboratories might be interested in doing this or have expressed an interest in supporting this?
I know that there's 2 laboratories that have already said they have developed methods that meet this criteria that we've laid out, but they haven't gone through, ELAP process. And this is just kind of my guess, but we have a number of other laboratories that routinely do a lot of the pesticide testing for our coalitions. And so I'm gonna just guess that there could probably be at least 5 or 6, that would be interested on the basis of what we're doing in the Central Valley. And I know that other regions, at least one other region, Region 3, is requiring testing of this pesticide. There's probably other labs that may be also interested.
Okay, and so in looking at the letter, you mentioned about the dates and everything, and you do have 2021 in here for as the proposed date for the validation packages. I'm assuming that date probably going to move out some.
Oh yeah, I would guess so. I'm very new to this whole process, but based on getting comments from this group, making any adjustments to the request, and then giving the labs obviously enough time to prepare this, I would be counting on the support of Christine and Christopher and others to give me, and the laboratory community to give me realistic time frame for submitting such things.
And one last question, do you have a preferred or desired technology that has been expressed by the laboratories or by your staff?
We've had some internal discussions about method with the ELAP folks, but at this point, I don't really know if there's a preferred method. I mean, I'm guessing that the couple of labs that say they have methods will want to, if their methods can meet our criteria, then they would probably put those forth. And I don't know if maybe Christopher or Christine have any additional input on that question.
This is Andrew. If I could add something to that, I've been somewhat involved with this request and just on my own research, been looking at kind of what methods have been used, and it predominantly is an LCMS based method. And I would question whether GCMS could actually achieve these limits based on the chemistry of the compound. And I mean, I have no knowledge of that, but I think in constructing this request, we didn't go with a specific technology in order not to limit participants, but I would suspect that a GCMS approach would not be able to meet those thresholds.
I have Augustine and Brad. So Augustine, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, to echo what Andrew said, these just don't work by GCMS. You can make it work. Imidacloprid is a bad GCMS target. You'd have to do a pretty complicated iteration to get it to behave better. The answer is for sure LCMS for this, especially at 10 ppt. I mean, it's going to be orders of magnitude higher if you try to do it GC or GCMS. And I suspect that in terms of Drew's question about how many labs would be interested in doing it, this compound is, I mean, we do this in our lab. We've done this for a lot of years. It's pretty easy, I think, to develop a method for imidacloprid. Any lab with an LCMS triple quad would probably be able to do it, or maybe not interested, but at least able to do it and set this method up. And now that with PFAS everywhere, I think that a lot more labs are looking at getting this technology. So it should be a good number of labs able to do this.
Great, thanks, Augustine. Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, and I will defer to Augustine on the technology choice, but I think that if we were pushing it, it would be done the same way, by and large, in terms of with the sensitivity needs. I would ask, because I'm not 100% sure on what exactly is the ask right now, but as far as what I'm seeing right here in the letter, this looks very similar to what I believe the Central Valley did with regards to a pyrethroid method request. So I think it falls largely within, that same framework. And if that has been overall successful, then I would say that, you're headed down the right path with regards to that. I think you're not going to see, anybody that's going to be doing this is probably going to be referencing an SW846 method, just as an FYI, because it's a guidance document and it's not is considered as prescriptive. You're not necessarily going to find, nor do I necessarily even think it's applicable, an 40 CFR 136 reference when it comes to this type of stuff. It's a different application. So when you're looking for creative and when you're looking for new and emerging, the labs are likely going to need to defer to the 8000s, SW846 by default, just because of the nature and the intent of those methods.
Great. Andrew, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to Brad and why for the pyrethroid request it was a little bit different. There was a concern that in 40 CFR 136, one of those pyrethroids is actually listed as an analyte, and therefore it had to go through potentially an ATP process, which then we would have to use methods either already in there or go through an ATP process. And it ended up being working out, and EPA said we didn't have to. But that was the concern with that package. And Susan highlighted earlier that it's not a concern, so it doesn't have to go through an EPA approval.
Did the order the driving factor on the pyrethroids? Did it have an NPDES component to it? Is that how?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and so that it was a somewhat similar setup as far as the request, but there was some nuance to the regulatory requirement that made it challenging.
Yeah, I will respond that in fact, we teed off of the pyrethroid process and request that was put out there, since our region did that, and it seemed quite applicable. And I think our ask is, our hope is to have this letter ready before the end of the year. I don't know, maybe within a month or two, to actually distribute out. And I think that we want to know if the ELTAC members have any comments or see any issues with what's in our request that might need some consideration before we finalize it.
Go ahead, Jess.
Actually, looking at the letter, it reminds me of the letter that went out for perchlorate also. Looking at the laboratories to participate in lowering the detection level and see if they can meet it. So, I mean, I would say I support this effort.
That's all of our hands. Oh, Augustine, making me a liar now.
Sorry, I was trying to find the right button. I think the letter looks good. It's similar kind of to the pyrethroid one. So I think it's a good framework. It worked out pretty well that way. One thing I would say from the lab perspective, I think you have criteria of 20% for mid-level CCVs. 30 is, a little easier, especially if you're looking at, 10 PBT. This compound does work well. I mean, it's a very like a nice poster child for LCMS. So it does work well. But 30% is a little easier, a little more comfortable for the lab, especially if we're not going to be doing things like isotope dilution, which is an option, it makes it way tighter. But if you want to open up to more labs and, you know, have fewer restrictions, that might be something to think about, but not a deal breaker, I think.
Great.
Thank you.
Pam?
Yeah, so I know we don't want to limit the technology, but it might be worthwhile to put somewhere in the method that there are papers or published peer-reviewed methods using LCMS or HPLC-MS, just so that it toggles to the people with that instrumentation that, oh, look, here's something else that we could be doing with our instrument. And as opposed to just a general request to the labs.
Brad, go ahead.
No, I think I answered my own question. It was with regards to control limits, and I'm seeing how things are cited in this letter right now. And there's some references back to the reference method or this. So that was going to be my recommendation.
Okay, perfect. And then Miriam?
Oh, I just wanted to comment that we just completed method development for 67 compounded surface water with LCMS, and the reporting limit is 0.01 microgram per liter. And this method, or actually a methodology for this type of surface water, is pretty complicated because of the high level of sediments. And reaching those reporting limits is very challenging. So the performance criteria and recoveries for validation of method has to be looked into very carefully. We are not ready for prime time yet. It would be out for publication real soon. But I just want to let you know that there is a method already there that can achieve those limits.
Go ahead, Augustine.
Yeah, and to echo that, yeah, that's our method also. I think it's maybe 1 PPT. It's pretty low, but yeah, it's not trivial, I guess. To say that it works by LCMS is saying that the instrumentation works well for this compound, but it's definitely not trivial to look at these kind of matrices, because you're looking at high ionic strength samples, which is not great for LCMS, sediment. There's things involved, I guess, but it works. It works, and it's very sensitive by LCMS. So that's probably the answer.
Yes.
Just to echo what Miriam said.
Yes.
Judy, I think I'll hand it back to you now.
All right. So, yep. Oops, sorry. Great presentation, and I'm excited to hear about this. I don't know what the need is for the rest of the country, but I'm certainly going to try to figure it out, because it sounds like it's something that's not going to be limited just to California. But I do have a question. So I know on your slide it says your desired outcome. From the standpoint of ELTAC, I mean, just listening to the feedback, it sounds like we all have an interest in this, but it doesn't sound like we all really understand what we can do or what you would most like us to do to help you. So if you could just kind of summarize that for us again, I would appreciate it.
Okay. So, we're looking for a method that's low enough to determine whether this threshold, this aquatic life threshold, whether it's, whether the imidacloprid is being found at that low of a level, because we aren't getting test results that tell us that right now. And the way we would use this is, at least initially, it's kind of a screening level. In our program, as I mentioned, we look at pesticides there's a very long list of pesticides used in agriculture, as you know. So we look at the use and other factors to determine which ones should be monitored or focused on. And of course, imidacloprid already is of great interest because it's already being found at higher levels. We just don't know if it's being found at even lower levels. I think that, you know, I've kind of heard the comments about, you know, it's not trivial to come up with this method, yet there's already a lot of basis and work that's been done. And that's, you know, that's really good to know. And ultimately, for our program and our region, we don't have water quality objectives for this insecticide identified for our region. And that's kind of a separate but concurrent effort that we're going to be working on. So our need, it's kind of multifaceted. And I think starting with being able to test at biologically relevant levels is really important. And I'd like to add that UC Davis, you know, they have a group that has developed toxicity criteria for several pesticides, and they most recently have done this for imidacloprid, and the criteria that they came up with was 0.016 micrograms per liter, so very close to the aquatic life benchmark from EPA. I guess I just want to be sure that, and I think ELAP folks can help me if I'm off track here, but I want to make sure we're putting out a realistic request, and you know, we've got a few suggestions for the request that we'll certainly look at, and I think the feedback that we've gotten today is great, and we want to be able to drill down a bit more and see the level of possible concern for this pesticide in our region.
Okay, I've got a couple hands just go up really fast. So Carol and then Josie.
I'm gonna hop in before we have comments here because I know Susan is not a chemist either, so she shares the boat with Peter there. But I think you did a great job kind of explaining what your needs are, and the ask really is, does this letter seem reasonable, right? You know, does it seem like a laboratory anywhere could achieve these? And from what I've gathered so far, it sounds like, yeah, there may be some criteria that they might want to bump out. So I think Susan, I don't know if you put your contact email on the slide here, but if we get any requests from the ELTAC members, or if we get some comments on the draft letter, we'll be sure to forward them to you, because I think that's ultimately what you're looking for at this point, is some comments.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I don't have my address here right now, but I'll definitely make sure that everyone has it.
And like
I think it's in the letter too.
Oh, okay, perfect. I say if
Perfect.
you can make sure we pass along any comments directly. And so go ahead, Carol.
Okay, so I love how you're trying to use reasonable, being from the regulatory side. There's a fine line with what we call reasonable and what we call a need. And the thing with commercial laboratories is, in order, and manufacturers of equipment, in order to get improvements made, you've got to basically push the reporting limits. So in your instance, you're looking at pushing the reporting limits because you have a need in there. And, you know, some laboratories have already identified that, yeah, they can do that. The way you push the rest of the laboratories is you start saying, this is what I have to have now. And then, you know, laboratories will push towards getting those lower reporting limits for you. Manufacturers will hear back from laboratories saying, your equipment just doesn't do it for us. And then they develop better equipment for laboratories to be able to use for this thing. So it's that constant give and take game that the regulators play with the manufacturers and the laboratories. I've been on both sides. I've been part of a commercial laboratory and now I'm part of a regulatory laboratory, and I totally get it. I hate playing that game. But in some instances, that's the only way you get the manufacturers to really push their systems and make improvements. So I don't think, you know, obviously the members here have shown you are not asking something that's unreasonable. It may be something that a laboratory doesn't want to do because they don't feel there's a big quote unquote need out there for it. But you're not asking for anything unreasonable, because we've had several people here say, we can do it. And yeah, if you tweak this a little bit, you'll be able to do it in that kind of matrix. So I think the fact that you're going off the side of a process you've already done with the pyrethroids, that you're not outside of something that laboratories haven't or haven't already seen. You know, with the pyrethroids, there's a new compound now that they need to start doing that with. And you already have laboratories here that have told you that it can be done. So now it's up to you to, you know, start the conversation regarding what your needs are on your regulatory side. Sorry, guys, you know.
Fine. All right, Josie, and then I think we're going to need to move on to the next agenda item.
Mine hopefully is a short one. So Susan, thank you for this letter. And from my understanding, is if we have a comment, we should send it to you. We just need to know when do you need the comments by. And reading through it, it's almost like a request for interested laboratories to participate. So it may need some timeline when you need to respond by. So it's, to me, it's like I said, that's why I support having this endorsed by ELAP and ELTAC to get it sent out there. And most importantly, it's clear to me that once you have the data validation package, ELTAC is not responsible for reviewing those. You are responsible for it, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, that's it for me. So yeah, we just need some dates from you and when do you need the comments by from us? That'll be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Judy, I'm going to send it back to you again.
I was going to ask if Susan has a date in mind already that she wants to share. Otherwise, we can distribute that to the committee members after the meeting.
You know, if it's reasonable, I would say September 1st.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I learned that a long time ago.
Good question.
All right, I've got that written down. Okay, so thank you very much. Great discussion. I feel like we're not finishing our discussions. But I've got some good notes on this, and I feel like we will definitely provide some feedback on that. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody else for all the questions. Our next agenda item, and Christopher, I'm sorry we're running behind, is the subcommittee report out for the method selection for regulatory testing. So it's the ELTAC subcommittee. Committee's been really busy. You're highly involved, and the whole committee's doing a great job. So I'm going to love to hear what you got to say. So I missed the last meeting, and I apologize for that. So I'm really going to love it.
Oh, that's all right. I want to bring everyone up to speed on kind of what the subcommittee's been doing, and I'll keep this short and hopefully move past my 10 minutes in a minute or two here. But it's just, we're still working on it. We've got some asks here from our full committee that I've written down for the next meeting that we can discuss as well. Right now, we've we've asked all of the committee members to volunteer to write a kind of a narrative style, more of a description of the key building blocks that each method is going to need to have. Judy's kindly done a lot of the legwork at the very beginning to create a checklist, but I didn't feel like we were moving towards a finished product because we're getting too down into the weeds, which we all love to be down there. All of the members in the subcommittee love discussing the weeds and how tall they grow and what color they are. But ultimately, we need to see the whole field. And so getting a narrative style to kind of help focus our checklist and help focus our document is kind of the next step. Once we have that, we'll go back to the checklist, kind of refine it based on there, add some more narrative. We have some of the items here. I can't pull it up because Zoom keeps blocking my screen just to read out. So I got some notes here. And for example, we talked about kind of what the next steps of the process would be, right? So once you have a method that's sort of in place, like where can you take it? Where can it go? In terms of from a laboratory, where could they take it? In terms of an agency, what could they do with it? So those kinds of things are probably going to need to be included in the document as well. And so we have some checklists. We have everyone has a homework assignment that they got to get to Augustine. I don't have the date finalized for when the next meeting is going to be, but it will be in August. And the announcement will go out 10 days before. We are constantly posting those on our website and rewriting them because they're being published every month. So if you missed a month, or if you have any, if you want the documents that we have, or if you're interested in reviewing them, of course, anyone is available to ask for them. Due to web accessibility requirements, we can't post them online because it would take a significant amount of staff time to remediate all the documents that we get up there. The final document, however it is, we hope to get it up there just because it'll be important and we want everyone to be able to see it. So that'll take some time too. But in terms of position, we're still kind of in the middle of, we've basically finalized brainstorming and we're getting the work done. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if Augustine or Judy, the two chairs, want to chime in on anything else, or if we should just move topics.
I'm not going to add anything, but Augustine might have something to add.
I know. I think Chris covered everything. I am going to compile all those summaries, like you mentioned. As soon as we get everything together, it'll be a nice working document for our next meeting in August. So it'll be good. We're making moves.
Thank you.
Josie has her hand up, so go ahead, Josie.
Yes, actually, I was going to make a formal request that I think that Augustine has alluded to. It would be nice for our next meeting to have even just a short summary of progress to date, the next steps in writing, as well as mission statement for the subcommittee. And furthermore, we had a lot of good conversation this morning and today of possibly either forming a work group or the current subcommittee absorbing the ask. I just don't want those important discussions we have to not have a follow-up for our next meeting. It's good to have this continuing, connecting the dot conversation and progress report. That's all.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. And I think by the next meeting, that's our goal anyway, by the next ELTAC meeting, is to have something in writing to share with all the members, to get all of the member comments and make sure that the subcommittee is still working on track and not veering off too far from the course. So yes, great. Thank you, Josie.
All right. So were there any other questions that you saw, Jen?
No one else has their hand up. Last call, friends.
All right, then let's move quickly. The next item on our agenda is the US EPA method update rule. Andrew is going to kindly give us that update. And you know, the method update rule just historically has been something that has has been at times controversial. I think this is one of the ones that has been least controversial, and really has kind of gone relatively unnoticed, except for the fact that they added some new methods. So I say that because we all know that several years back in 2007, that the MER that came out then was created a lot of stir. So enough to the point where EPA had to put out a special memo for that one. So anyway, without saying anything else about it, I'm glad to be hearing this update. So Andrew, it's yours.
Perfect. And this should be quick. It's just a quick information item, but so was it 2 weeks ago, I think, is when they finalized it, July 19th, the US EPA promulgated and updated the approved methods in 40 CFR 136. So for those programs or participants that are listening that utilize those methods or have to as part of their programs, and the laboratories that have to adhere to those methods, this is meant for you mostly. The methods, it really wasn't that extensive as a update rule, as Judy alluded to. It's mainly changes to method revisions, specifically standard methods and ASTM methods, and what year revision are they including in the 40 CFR 136 methods. Additionally, there's a few new approved methods which were approved as ATPs that were added to 40 CFR 136. These updates do happen semi-frequently. The last one was 2017. It took a little bit longer to actually add that to the ELAP accreditation offering. So I don't think it happened until 2018, unfortunately. But that was because it was a little more extensive, and there was a lot more involved than just that method update rule. It was also kind of a cleaning of the accreditation offerings as well. But because this year it's a little less extensive, as well as ELAP has an established process to update the accreditation offerings, we wanted to jump on this early. So, even though it only was approved or went into effect 2 weeks ago, we're already thinking about updating the ELAP accreditation offerings. Next slide. So the ones to really consider, or the ones that have a separate process for, are those ATP approvals, the ones that are brand new methods to 40 CFR 136. It's either use of a new technology or a new reagents for that method. So those are the ones that we're going to use a kind of a separate process for. Additionally, what they will involve is an additional review from program and myself, and with input from water board programs and the lab community of if those methods meet the needs for California. So I will be the one, as I forgot which talk it was referencing, but there has to be a request that comes in from an agency partner or program to ELAP to update those accredited offerings. So that request will come through from me. And I will, like I said, consult with programs in the lab community on if those ATP methods or those brand new methods are going to be needed to be added to the accreditation offerings. So some examples, there is SM 4500 J 2018. And this uses a new green chemistry alternative to the cadmium reduction method. There's already been some requests that this be added. So, this will be one that we will definitely put on the accreditation offering. And then there's also an FIA method that is new. Next slide. So it's kind of an outline of the process. There'll be a kind of a method review again for their needs. These are the brand new methods, not just the updated revisions. Prior to the request to ELAP, then after that request, there's going to be some work on ELAP's end to update their database, make sure that they have the infrastructure to set up not only update the accreditation offerings that appear online and where the laboratories can request accreditation, but also in their database and their structure to make sure that laboratories aren't losing accreditation of the earlier revisions. But after ELAP updates the accreditation offering, the laboratories will be able to request those offerings or request an amendment to their application. Now, as far as that process, I can't speak to it because I'm not in ELAP, and I'll defer that to ELAP representatives, but that's essentially the process that will occur. Like I said, there's already procedures in place established from the last MUR, and so the updates will be a lot quicker than the last time. We're way ahead of the game. There hasn't been a request from the EPA to kind of update our offerings yet. And because it only happened 2 weeks ago, I don't foresee it happening, them putting pressure on us earlier on. But of course, we want to get on top of this as fast as we can. I've heard from various laboratories that specifically the ones reporting their MPDS permits, they want these offerings to be updated as soon as possible. So we're already kind of have that in place to try to get this done as soon as possible. And I think the next slide is just questions. So with that, I'll take questions, but if it's involving the ELAP process, then I'll defer to probably Chris.
Right, Jesse, go ahead.
So I'm going back to the FIA Lab 100. That's a flow injection analyzer 100. Is that replacing an older version of the method, or is that completely a new method? Because that's an old technology. Do you know?
It is an old technology, but I believe that's a new method to 40 CFR 136. So it was previously accepted as an ATP. I don't know if it's actually replacing an older method. I'm not aware of that, but this is new. It's new to the list.
Okay, it could be just a different instrument, but similar.
Yeah, exactly. You got it right, Josie. It's a instrument manufacturer developed method that's been approved by US EPA. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Judy.
Hang on a minute, I was making a note. So I was just going to ask a question on the green chemistry ones. Has anybody gotten any feedback on the replacement for the cadmium reduction? And the reason why I ask is because over the years, between COD and TKN and a couple of the other methods that have had toxics in them, like mercury and chromium for COD, and then of course for TKN, mercury also. My question is they've tried to do this in the past to green a method, and it just hasn't been super successful across the board. It's successful for some matrices, but for other more complex ones, not so much. So I'm just kind of curious if you've gotten any feedback on that, or if anybody has any experience with that.
I will say just on my end, I don't have any experience with it, and I don't know what kind of reporting limits or detection limits that you can get with that technology. In that regards, we would probably defer to the sufficiently sensitive method rule. So if it doesn't meet the needs of the permit, then that's gonna they can't use it. So I just know that on our end, and Chris, you're the one that forwarded me that information. We've been contacted not only by the vendor that kind of came up with this technology, but also a laboratory, and I forgot which county it is, that wanted to start utilizing it in their laboratory. So I assume that it's comparable, and because it is an ATP, I assume that there was some comparability to it, to the cadmium reduction. I just don't know the specifics of the performance.
Okay, and it kind of speaks to method validation is kind of the reason why I'm asking, because I mean, you can validate the method, you know, the way you're supposed to, and in reality, what's going to happen is for certain ones, it's just still not going to be the appropriate method depending on the way you're using it. So I was just kind of curious if you had any experience with that one in particular, because I know in the past they've not been a 100% replacement type answer.
Yeah, and that's part of the extra review that Andrew's going to be doing and consulting with programs. Yeah, I don't remember which lab or what county it was that was asking about it, but we have been contacted by both the lab and the enzyme manufacturer who makes the specific reductase enzyme. So,
okay, good to know. Thank you.
Does anybody have anything else to add?
Just want to say thank you to Andrew for that presentation. It was really clear and short. That's what we want. Yeah, and for working with us and the programs to clarify these changes. Because you're right, 2017 method update rule was not easy and it took a long time. So thanks for working with us on this.
Well, you know, and the fun thing about the 2017 is that's kind of what sparked them doing method update rules a little more frequently, because that one was so big and there was so many comments that came in that it delayed it and delayed it and delayed it. So there were good things that were trapped in there that they couldn't get out, you know, because you couldn't approve. Because I even asked, I said, can't you just approve part of this, you know? and they can't. I mean, once the rule is proposed, it has to be approved in its entirety. So there was a lot of good things that got held up because there was a zillion comments that came in on the methods. So anyway, so they found a solution to the problem, and it's good. They call these mini MERS now, so that's good. All right. Well, I don't have any other questions or comments on this particular presentation. Great job, Andrew. Thanks for the update. A lot of good information. All right. So we move to our part of the agenda where we talk about where it's an open discussion and planning for upcoming meetings. And I'm assuming that with the board of directors meeting or the board meeting coming up in, did you say for sure, is it going to be in October, Christine? You're on mute.
We plan to propose an ELTAC update and an ELAP update to the board in October. I just want to say that it's up to the board what they hear. So I can try and squeeze it in, but it just depends on what else they have going on their agenda. But we would like you as the chair to report out to our board on the work that ELTAC has done. And we always like to give the board an update about ELAP.
Okay. So it would probably be feasible or reasonable to believe that that the ELTAC could have another meeting in September.
Yes, I would say that's probably safe to say. We would want a meeting before the board meeting so that this committee can agree on to what you're going to talk about and some things, you know, that will be reported out to the board.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
Okay. One of the things that I would like to do as a committee, and I don't know if we could get it done, we could certainly start thinking about it before our next meeting in September, but I would like to take a look at our mission statement and our bylaws, because both of them are current from 2016. And I would wonder if we would want to reaffirm the language in the mission statement and take a look at the bylaws and see if there's anything that is either no longer relevant, needs clarification, or just needs revision. Anybody got any thoughts on that? I mean, I'm not I'm not putting everybody on the spot and asking if you've read those documents lately, but the mission statement's on the website, but and the bylaws, you can get to them as well. However, I did look through them, and I think it would be a nice discussion, because from the standpoint of the ELTAC committee, I mean, this is a new committee. From a strategic perspective, we may have some different ideas on the direction of the committee and how we can help ELAP and the other agencies within the state of California. And so that would be the big question, at least from my perspective.
Pam has her hand up, so I'm sorry, Judy.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would agree with that. Seconded, if that's where we're at, if you're making a motion on that. It's actually in the bylaws, or that they are reviewed annually. So I think we need to maybe look at that in, maybe how we're handling things now with the new methods and reviewing those type of things. It's changing a little bit. So I agree with that.
Good, thank you.
Josie has her hand up as well.
Yes, and I do support that. And then while we're reviewing it, we should also review the statute that authorizes us our existence.
Oh, that would be, yes, I agree with that.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody got any other comments or additions to that?
Oh.
Josie's hand's back up.
I forgot to add one more thing. Baglikini is part of that.
Yeah, well, yes, I understand. And I will probably need a little guidance on what we can do from the standpoint of doing a review, or doing some activities, however we can, prior to that next meeting. And I don't know, Christopher, you seem to be the guy in the know for that. So you can help us out with how we might be able to do that. I don't know. I don't know how feasible it would be to have a meeting specifically for strategic planning. I know we've talked about this, or Christine and I talked about this briefly. I asked her about it, and so I'm not really sure what we can do. I mean, strategic planning that I have participated in the past can be a very big thing. It can be a very long circumstance. I mean, it can take you a while to get through it. Or if you come at it from a very pointed perspective, doing a SWOT analysis and just a couple of things that's part of strategic planning, that's valuable as well. So, I mean, a SWOT analysis alone can kind of help us understand a little bit more about our committee and what kind of impact we can have. So I'm going to stop there because I see Christine's hand up. So
I wasn't going to talk about strategic planning. What I was going to talk about was.
Wait a minute, hold up. I'm having difficulty hearing you. Is anybody else having trouble?
Yeah, you're a little quiet.
No, I wasn't going to talk about strategic planning, but I did want to talk about the governor's executive order that allows us to have remote meetings. That's actually going to expire in September. That gives us the ability to meet remote. And I think in the bylaws, it says that we will have 2 meetings, Northern and Southern California. So I just want to give everybody a heads up that there could be some changes. I'm not saying that we all have to start meeting in person, but technically the governor's order to allow remote meetings ends, I think it's 9/30, September 30th. So hopefully they will reissue it, or we'll have more direction, but we can talk. We'll give you more information about that. We can send you an email.
Okay, that's helpful. I wasn't aware of that expiration date, so to speak. But I look for a number of things to be renewed over the next month or so. And the only reason why I say that is because in the job that I have, setting policy for safety and things like that, I'm keeping up with numbers and occurrences. And right now I can see where there's going to be potentially a lot of things that are going to be reinstated or renewed based on COVID numbers. Mm-hmm. So not good news, but something that we all have to think about for sure. Anyway, with that being said, are there any other topics that anybody would like to bring up or discuss? I mean, one of the things that I think we've talked about the method validation. I think we are in a good place on that. I think we've got some action items, although I probably didn't write them down really well. And I know Jen's wrote those down, and we're going to go over them here in just a little bit. but I know that a lot of the presentations that we've seen today, fits right in with where we are with our position on method validation and new methods and accreditation. And there's a lot of things going on out there in the industry, as well, with setting new policies and things for proven methods and stuff like that. So there's some good things happening. It kind of fits in with everything else that's going on in the industry. So I guess my question would be, we've got a great focus there. Is there anything else that any of the members feel like we should also add to our focus at this point? Josie?
I think currently we have a lot in our plate, especially the subcommittee. That's a big project to chew on. But from today, my takeaway from today's discussion is, at some point, maybe while we're reviewing our bylaws, we have to make kind of some guidance on which of what we discussed today can be best addressed by forming a subgroup or a work group. Not a subcommittee, but a work group. What can we start now, or what can we do piggybacking with the subcommittee type thing?
Yeah, I think that's a good discussion, just simply because we do have a very strong subcommittee that's setting a good basis to move forward. And I do think that we can spin off these work groups or standing committees, or I'm not sure what the proper term is, but to where it's apparent that this group would be the one to do certain types of review.
So I can try my best to I might tag Thomas, who's probably only partially listening, but Thomas is the representative chief counsel for Bagley Keene questions. So the purpose of the Bagley Keene Act is to make sure that no committee or subcommittee meetings happen without the opportunity for public participation. So having a dedicated subcommittee will still need to have the public announcement 10 days before and noticing and things like that. But it would require less than a quorum of members. So if we wanted to have a subcommittee that had a whole bunch of non-ELTAC members, that's fine. If we wanted to have a subcommittee that had only ELTAC members, that's also fine, provided that there's less than a quorum of ELTAC members present. And the purpose of that is so that the full ELTAC committee doesn't discuss or predetermine what the full committee would do, right? So having one of those, it'd probably be easier because it would be easier to coordinate less people, just as a logistical challenge in and of itself, to coordinate 5-10 people at the most to review a method and then bring it to this subcommittee document and have a subcommittee meeting and say, yes, we want to kick this back to full ELTAC to recommend approval or something like that. That would be fine. Easy enough to set up, but I believe any smaller committee or anything like that we set up from here needs to still have the public notice, that kind of thing.
Hi, this is Tom with OCC. As Christopher mentioned, I'm kind of here to answer all questions Bagley Keene related, and I think you nailed it. The one thing I'm not where I might clarify, my understanding of Bagley Keene is that if a subcommittee is created by ELTAC, it is subject to Bagley Keene notice and comment requirements regardless of whether it consists of a quorum of the full committee. So even if we created a new subcommittee that was smaller than a quorum of this full committee, we would still have to go through Bagley-Keene. So I think that might have been, I'm not sure that was clear. So I just wanted to mention that. But yes, other than that, I think Chris did an excellent job summarizing.
Thanks, Tom. It's always hard to summarize law. I'm not a lawyer, so it's always dubious.
Hopefully next meeting, while we're discussing it, you can provide more clarity when you have time to kind of check them out.
Absolutely, yes. I would be happy to be of assistance. Any assistance I can be.
Thank you.
And Andrew has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask a question that's kind of devil's advocate, or just proposing a question that maybe someone can answer? Has anyone ever done a review of whether Bagley-Keene is necessary for this type of committee? Not that I'm trying to be like, let's not be open and transparent, but what happens is, because we're adhering to like the specificity of this, it really limits our capabilities. And therefore, is there been a review by OCC or somebody of whether or not these technical advisory committees, which have some public agency representatives, have to fall under that? I don't know if it's just been thrown out there, or it's just been labeled as a need, or if there's actually been a review.
Yes, we have looked into that, and our opinion is that yes, even though the ELTAC is an advisory committee, it's a multi-member body created by statute. It's authorized by I forget what section it is, but it's authorized by statute, and therefore falls under the requirements of Bagley-Keene. So I know that's an inconvenience, but that's the way the law is written, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective.
Pam?
So I was just kind of looking back on my notes and realized, wow, it's been a long time since we met before. I think it was in our other meeting, like way back in January. So we've had a delay there. But I was looking back through the notes, and at that point we had, it was in the Aleppo Report that the mission statement and bylaws were due for review, and ELAP was going to come back with the draft for us to review. And so I don't know whether we still want to do that under that procedure where ELAP is coming back to us first with the review, or whether we want to try and get a subcommittee set up to discuss that beforehand, or just try and tackle them at the next meeting. Because I was actually looking back, because I was thinking that there was another subcommittee that we had established during that time, but I don't remember what it was.
Respond to that. So Pam is right. And I don't remember that we said we were going to give you a version of a new draft of the bylaws, but you're right. Historically, we have floated our proposed changes to ELTAC, and then you all reviewed it and voted for and against it. So we could use that same model when you meet the next time. We're happy to do that, but I don't remember. I'm sorry, I didn't remember that action item, if that wasn't the action item from the last meeting.
It may be just what I wrote down, but I was not sure. It might have been Jacob presenting at that time.
So I think that would be for the bylaws. We're happy to review them and provide everyone with our proposed edits, and then you all can deliberate on that and vote. But I think the way that we created the mission statement was in person, and everyone contributed to edits to it. We could potentially do that online. It was an in-person sort of review of the language. I don't know how we can do that virtually. We could do that using, you know, the whiteboard on Zoom, but that's what we did the last time we approved the mission statement. So I would propose, if you wanted to do that, we can put that on the next agenda item and we can go through that process again.
I personally think it would be worthwhile. If that's the process you followed in the past and it has worked, I think it would be beneficial to repeat that. And as for the mission statement, yeah, I do believe that we could review that and comment on it. I mean, I think by the time the next meeting rolls around, I mean, most people know that we're going to review the mission statement, so I think everybody will come prepared to talk about it, you know, in a thoughtful way.
Sure, we can commit to doing that, submitting a draft of our edits to the bylaws, and then you all can review the mission statement.
Okay. Were you going to comment earlier, Christine, about a strategic planning? What your thoughts were on that?
Only that I think that this committee should have one where you all identify what topics are important to you. I know that you've already stated that by supporting the guidance document, and you see I mean, it's demonstrative of the agenda items today that our program struggles with onboarding new methods, and that guidance document would surely help us if we had something like that to use and to give to the state agencies. But, you know, I think it would be nice to know what each one of your priorities are and rank them so that we can understand what to bring to you when we come across it for your next meetings. And I guess you can get that information if you did a SWOT analysis, you know, understanding, you know, what the threats are and the weaknesses and the things we need to work on. But that's really, you know, what I wanted to say. I think this committee should have some sort of direction or priorities that you all work on and things that you want us to take to you on the agenda.
I agree with that, and I'm wondering if there would be some benefit as part of that to look at potentially an educational piece from the standpoint of, you know, sharing some of our knowledge as laboratories with the agencies, from the standpoint of laboratories, how we work, what are, you know, what challenges we have with meeting regulatory requirements and what that means to the data at times. I think there's some things that, you know, some people say, oh, well, that's elementary. People, you know, most everybody knows that. Well, that's true, except for when you talk about turnover. When you turn people over within an agency and you've got new people that are in charge or that are now managing particular programs or aspects of a program, their level of knowledge and experience may not be the same as the person that they replaced, or maybe better. I mean, depending on the circumstance, but for the most part, you know, you don't know. I mean, turnover's turnover. So I think education is one of those things that happens on a continual basis, and it doesn't have to be the same information over and over again, but it can be applicable information at the right time. So I would be curious if some of our member labs, you know, on the ELTAC would want to share some information on data quality objectives, data qualifiers, things such as that, at one of the meetings to you know, to just provide some good information. Andrew?
Yeah, just on that education aspect of it, there are other venues that we can absolutely offer to ELTAC members to present at. I'm speaking specifically, selfishly, about our QA roundtable that I offer to all water boards. It's not just state water board, it's regional water board representatives too. And I think that's a great opportunity to have that communication discussion. I mean, there's some members here and some other conversations I've had of just when you start a project, having that communication with the laboratory to discuss your DQOs and if that's even possible. You know, those kind of discussions and educational experiences and opportunities to reach out to the agency. I think there's other opportunities outside of just ELTAC. Not saying that this is not the right venue, but if that's something that's really passionate about ELTAC to the ELTAC members, I mean, I think there's multiple opportunities to do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Brad?
Yeah, Judy, I would just comment that, yeah, I would definitely be open to that for, you know, numbers of conversations and so forth that I've had over time working with the boards and other agency partners. I'd definitely be on board with that.
Great. Yeah, it seems like there's a number of folks that has some experiences that they feel like could benefit from, from this type of effort. So, oh, Josie? Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just supporting what Andrew and Brad had said. But I had an indirect experience working with Andrew on a pituitary baseline monitoring plan for the city. And yeah, definitely there's a partnership between the regulatory board, the agency being regulated, and the contact lab that's going to be using that my agency will be using, along with complying with the orders that we're complying with. Right. So there's that, for sure, education, and there's certain protocols we need to follow, like swamp protocols and things like that, depending on the order. So I support that.
Absolutely. Great. All right. Anybody else got any? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Melissa briefly had her hand up. I just want to check in.
Go ahead.
That was just, somebody had a question about whether there was another subcommittee formed last time, and there was a work group formed, and we had, I think, a lengthy discussion or explanation about the difference between a subcommittee and a work group at that time. So Augustine has been very helpful in helping us vet our surveys of laboratories for DLR revisions, and some of you may have been on the receiving end of those surveys, but that may have been what was being recalled.
Okay, I'm not familiar. I don't remember. I don't recall the details to that. So, can you elaborate a little bit
on the difference between a work group and a subcommittee, or the
difference between both? Both. What is the difference between a work group and a subcommittee? Because I keep using them sort of interchangeably, even though I know they're different.
The gist I got out of it, because it seemed like there were some subtleties to it, was that the subcommittees were going to be contributing to something where ELTAC as a body might ultimately be making a decision, whereas the work group was just kind of to help us make something that wasn't, get through the process or provide some technical advice on something that wasn't coming back to ELTAC. But we have other people who are far more knowledgeable to explain the details of that. That was my takeaway, though.
Okay, I like your explanation. I can understand it. Does anybody else got any comments to that? Thank you, Melissa.
I was under the same impression when we were doing those surveys. So I figured that's what it was, a little bit different than subcommittee.
Okay, Josie?
Yeah, and I am sorry that I got disconnected while Christine was presenting, and then I came back when Judy was talking about training for DQOs. But I have on my notes to request for our discussion that if perhaps we could beef up a little bit our ELTAC meeting minutes with the meeting agenda, and also part of the agenda is to approve the minutes. Because that would be awesome to have like highlights or the action items we've discussed or deferred to that need further follow-up will be most helpful for us to, again, connecting the dots from one meeting to another.
Thanks, Josie. That's actually in my notes as part of our closing, is to remind us we have to go over the meeting minutes from the last meeting.
Okay.
All right. So is there any other topics for discussion? Any other questions for what we've talked about? Okay, well then we need to open it up for public comment on items not on the agenda.
Perfect. We've gotten 2 emailed in, so I'm going to read the first one, and then Chris is going to handle the second one. So the first one's from Kenneth Brown with the City of Escondido, and he has a question: when or what time frame will ELAP adopt the MER 2021 for other methods that are just revisions?
Yeah, and I can answer that to say we don't have one yet. So unfortunately, yeah, you're in the limbo of we just got the rule from US EPA, so we still have to go through it. We still have to compare with what we have versus what needs to be done. We got to consult with Andrew and let him know, hey, these are all the things that are changing, and hey, these are what's going to change the agencies. We've already had some of those internal discussions. And just speaking from a process standpoint, it is significantly easier for us to do a big revision all at once than it is to do a whole bunch of tiny revisions, just because of the way our system is. It's not the best, but it works, and minimizing the amount of back and forth and up and down and things that need to change is kind of easier. So it's probably going to happen all at the same time. We will announce, of course, when it's going to be, what kind of changes are going to happen, what kind of processes are going to follow, how to make sure your lab doesn't lose accreditation in the interim, and if you're in a weird position where we update it before your accreditation is due, and that kind of thing. So we are aware that there's a lot of logistical problems, and we don't have a firm deadline yet. But once we get somewhere closer, we have a goal, we'll let everyone know. And then I guess I'm pitching it back to me because I'm going to read the other question. This is from Rick Zimmer from Eurofins Eaton Analytical. The state board expressed an interest in the progress of the T&I implementation, particularly from public water system labs. This would be a good item to provide the board with an update. And then he's offering that the Cal Nevada AWWA section can assist with soliciting feedback from its members if ELAP is interested in that input. And that's really appreciated. I think we probably will take you up on that offer, so I'll reach out to you afterwards. And yes, that was an item that we were planning on updating the board with at some point. We're still learning the new regulations just as much as all of the laboratories are. So we're identifying places that could be improved and things that need to be changed, and some hurdles that we're having as well. So yes, very much appreciated, Rick. And I think, Jen, was that it for public comments? We do have Jared that's hung out with us all day. And so if he's got any other comments that he wants to provide, I'll leave it up for him if he has anything.
I'm fine. No comments, but appreciate being here and listening to the dialogue.
All right. Gosh, great information. This has been a really good meeting. We're coming up on our time, and I know we got at least one more thing that we want to cover, but I'm pleased that we got back on track. Christopher, I think that was because of you being so efficient in giving your reports. But anyway, thank you. I want to thank everybody for all of the great discussion today and everything that we've talked about. And I think we've got some good action items moving forward. And my hope is that Jen has captured those pretty well and can give us that summary.
Yes, well, I think first order of business is what we missed is the motion to approve the meeting minutes from the January meeting. I want to make sure we get that in, so I will let you guys handle that.
Okay, so and back to Josie's comment, the meeting minutes are a little scant, and so there's not as much information in them as I'm accustomed to seeing, but they are effective minutes in that they do reference us off to the right places. So with that being said, I hope everybody had an opportunity to take a look at them. And with that being said, I would like a motion to approve those minutes.
Judy, this is Brad. I'll make that motion.
Okay, thanks. And a second. Pam's
Augustine,
got
I'll
her hand
second.
up.
Actually, I wanted to make a comment. I didn't see
okay.
them. I didn't see them. Did they get sent out, or?
They were in the meeting packet.
Oh, not the one I'm looking at.
I agree with Pam. I didn't see that either.
Is that something that was cut out of that 25 megabyte file?
Right from the beginning, right from the beginning. It's in
Page
the-
12.
Yeah, right from the beginning of the packet.
Like nothing should have been cut out because I just opened the same file and
So,
smashed. I didn't
so
make
where are
any
you,
sense.
where are you seeing it? Oh, nope, I did find it. Yeah, it is. You're right. I was thinking that that was like part of this agenda. So.
Okay.
Who seconded?
I'll second.
Thank you, Augustine. Okay, so with that, with a first and a second, I would like all in favor to say aye.
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 We might want to do that one at a time because I'm pretty sure Jen has to record exactly
I
who
have
says
to-
yes and who
I don't
says
know how
no.
to do that when it's being recorded. You go, girl.
I'll use my roll call sheet here. Okay, so Diane Anderson is not here. Peter Arth.
Aye.
Okay. Corey Bell.
I'm not a voting member.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Sam Choi.
Aye.
All right. Dr. Mahmood is not with us today. Brad Meadows.
Aye.
Judy Morgan.
Aye.
Augustine Pieri. You already seconded. Never mind. Sushmitha.
Aye.
Okay. Pam Chemmer.
Abstain.
Okay. And Josie.
Aye.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. And then I will just keep on rolling. I took my notes during the meeting. So the items for follow-up and is a subcommittee for the SOP review on microplastics. So that's something that I think we'll handle in the next method development subcommittee meeting. Does that sound good, Chris?
Sorry, I had a little trouble hearing you. Can you repeat that?
Sure. The creation of a subcommittee for reviewing the microplastics SOP.
Yeah, I will bring that back to the subcommittee and we'll kind of discuss from there of how we're going to go about that.
And then having ELTAC submit their comments to Susan by September 1st regarding the imidacloprid letter. And then also the ELAP will review the bylaws and submit some suggestions, and that we will figure out how to do some sort of in-person mission statement revisions. And there's the comment for more detailed meeting minutes. So I will work on that. That's in my court. So I will do that. And that's all I have. Did I miss anything? I think I caught it all.
I think you got it all. And if I had trusted myself, I actually would have said the same thing almost that you did, but I didn't trust myself. So, all right. That brings us to the end of our agenda. So with that, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, where did we landed on the winery? Oh my gosh, no. All of a sudden my phone is ringing too. On the winery nutrients question. Sorry.
Okay, so that actually is a good question. We did have a kind of an unanswered question out there on the winery. You are absolutely right regarding other methods that may be out there, possible investigation into that, and what we might be able to do to help advise with that. Because I mean, as it was pointed out, the current laboratory that is running a method is an ELAP accredited laboratory. So has anybody got any suggestions or thoughts on that?
I think we could probably add it to the SOP review for microplastics and under the same kind of framework. If we can get an SOP that's pretty good, and then we can add it to the same subgroup or subcommittee to review. I think it would fall well within what those folks would want to or be able to do.
And I was just going to say, I think an action item for us is to go back to DWQ and Laurel and Rebecca and talk to them about if they heard anything from the meeting that could help support their efforts, because they're ultimately the data user and you guys provided a lot of good information. And so I think Chris, since he's our new state agency liaison, can talk to DWQ about what they heard from this meeting.
And Peter just put his hand up. Go ahead, Peter.
Just a thought that since now we kind of had two items floating in this subcommittee, would it be worth, and we seem to see a little bit of a pattern here that a lot of the asks are around, some of this stuff that while it coincides with the subcommittee that's doing the method guidance material, is it worth just forming a separate working group to also potentially incorporate some of the people that are not on the subcommittee for the method guidance and spread that out a little bit? I mean, there's no reason the people that are on the subcommittee group for the method guidance can't join the other one. In fact, I would probably advocate for at least a couple, so there's some crossover and sharing of not duplication there, but just a thought.
Yeah. Can that recommendation be part of the subcommittee discussion next? Can that recommendation come out of that group as well? That you prefer to have it addressed as a work group.
Yeah, and to be clear, not necessarily my personal preference. It's more a question probably for Judy and potentially Christine too, just for consideration if it's worth while we're all here together. If you want to send it back to the validation subcommittee, the full subcommittee there to tackle and come up with a decision on, that's fine. I just didn't know whether with the little bit of time we have left, we want to talk about it here. But I'm not advocating necessarily one way or another. Just a thought to put out to the team and get comments on.
I think it would be kind of interesting to actually look at what the current SOP that's out there that we would be reviewing first to see what it actually entails. So let the subcommittee take a look at that and then kind of understand what the ask is, because I'm kind of going the same direction as you, Peter, because I think that it could overload this committee. So, where my original thought was, oh, it's one, that dovetails in real nicely with the checklist, but now it's potentially two. And the second one may be more of a technical challenge. So I can see where we could overload this committee and maybe not even be as effective as we could be. So I would say let the committee get that one SOP, the first one in that's actually a more mature one, and kind of understand that ask and then figure out what we can do from there. Does that sound feasible?
I think that's fine. Obviously I'm on that subcommittee, so I'm happy to take a look and be part of it. Maybe a procedural question for either Chris or Christine. Can a working group be formed, or Judy, maybe you too, can a working group be formed outside of the once a quarter official ELTAC meetings, or does it have to be formed and voted on within this group as a whole?
That's a good question. Christine, you're on mute.
I think that's a question for Tom. So the question is from Peter is, can we form another committee from the subcommittee?
I think what Peter is more asking is, does it need an official vote in order to do something that ELTAC has no intention of ever picking up? Right, because if it's a subcommittee, then it's implied that full ELTAC wants to see it. If it's a work group, ELTAC doesn't care. I mean, we care, right? Because we want to help,
Chris.
but you get what I mean.
Yes, that is what I'm asking. So essentially, what I don't want to have happen is for this to come to the subcommittee meeting in a month, we decide, what, this is better suited for a working group, but we can't take action on putting that working group forward until we meet again a quarter from now on the full ELTAC committee.
So this is Tom. I'm not sure if this question is being posed to me right now.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that depends on what the bylaws say. I mean, I think the bylaws cover kind of what has to be voted on in order to be established, and I'm not familiar with what the bylaws say, so it might. I think we'll just have to go back and look to see, you know, what has to be voted on and what does not have to be voted on. So yeah, that's all I can say about whether a vote is required on that.
So I kind of would review or view the SOP review process as something that wouldn't necessarily require a vote. Because if the idea is to get technical input and feedback, I don't know that would require a vote from the committee as much as it would require an agreement amongst those who are reviewing the SOP. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm happy to hear an opposing opinion on that, but I just don't see where it would require a vote. Because at the end of the day, you know, if it's reviewed and comments are made and the SOP is improved by the review of the ELTAC work group or stub group or however named, then ELAP has still got to approve it themselves. So, I mean, our goal would be to get it in its best form, if you will, from our own input. And at the end of, you know, and at the end of that process, the final decision, you know, comes from ELAP anyway. So that's just my thoughts. But I think Josie, you had your hand up first. So
yeah, I would like to suggest that, you know, I kind of like the idea of having the microplastic reviewed by the subgroup and use it as a case study, but also recognize that there will be more requests towards us coming our way, that we need to have a process. Now, whether we form a work group now, I think it's premature, because next meeting we're going to review the bylaws anyways, so we can defer that. But as far so that's my recommendation is to have the subcommittee a chance to look at. You guys know where your status is as far as the assignment you have currently, and how the SOP tied in with that, specifically the microplastics. You also know what kind of progress you have and how much it's going to delay your progress if you add more. And therefore, you may recommend a subgroup, a work group be formed. In next meeting, we will have more information of what a work group does within the purview of our legal responsibilities. So that's my recommendation, is to come back next meeting with a recommendation from you and a further discussion by the entire ELTAC group to address that.
Yep, thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it. Next person I think was Brad.
Yeah, Judy, I think my comments kind of mirror yours in the sense that I don't think that we're not voting on it. We're not approving the SOP. We're simply really offering opinion on it, to which it's going to be updated and then eventually submitted to ELAP for approval in that sense. So I don't think it has to be that formal of a process, in that it's feedback and we're advisory.
Yep, I agree. And I think what will happen, since the subgroup or the subcommittee actually meets before our next official meeting, that recommendation or that formation can actually occur, since it would be, or I would think it would, since it's not something that the entire committee would have to vote on.
Yes.
Peter?
Yeah, so I guess maybe a backwards facing question of, does the group need to vote to create a working group, or does it only need to vote to make a subcommittee?
I mean, I flipped through the bylaws in 2 seconds, but they have 7 pages and there's no mention of work group whatsoever.
Based on the minutes from last meeting, we voted on the subcommittee, but not on the work group.
Right. Right.
Even better.
So we will want to do it have less people than a quorum of subcommittee members, just to make sure. And basically what advice that those members would give to DDW for microplastics would represent their own opinions rather than any official stance of ELTAC or the subcommittee as a whole.
Okay. And I think my last thing was just for Josie, I'm not trying to necessarily jump the gun and say that we need to have this right now. I think I was just trying to be sensitive to the fact that both groups that came to us today said, hey, we need this like as soon as possible because we're looking to do rulemaking or put something in place. So that was my only sort of, reason for trying to twist it around and see if we could get something going sooner, is that there seemed to be a sense of urgency from both the groups that came to us today with the ask on this.
But yeah, and I do agree, but also it helps us as a group to plan ahead, anticipate based on what we're seeing now. We know it's coming. Yeah. And so we have to be able to plan, especially we don't meet that often. The work group will be able to address those items as happened in the previous ELTAC group. They tackle no tasks within the work group, and they were able to accomplish activities and projects along the way in between the whole ELTAC meeting. So that's all.
Sam, go ahead. You have your hand up.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Is there any issues with if we were to get documents like SOPs, and if we have like subject matter experts in-house that can do a better review of those SOPs, would that be a concern that I share that document to like staff that's within my group? And I'm specifically talking about the microplastics SOP. We do have staff in-house that have actually participated in the interlaboratory study with Squirt. And so they're very intimate with the SOP, obviously. And so would that be a concern if I shared that document to review?
Probably not, but I'll check with Scott before the subcommittee meeting, get an answer for you.
Okay, thanks.
Actually a very valuable question. I'm glad you thought of it, because it wouldn't have occurred to me that that might be a problem. Because I mean, you imply confidentiality, when you do things like this, but I don't know that I would have thought to ask that. So thank you for that. All right. Has anybody else got any comments? So I think what I'm hearing is that we're going to, that the subcommittee is going to meet again, and then we're going to look at forming a work group from that meeting. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay.
I think that's what I took away of it too. The subcommittee is going to look at the SOP first, kind of get a gauge of what it looks like, where it is, and then come back, to either Chris or Christine and say, hey, we think this probably warrants creation of a separate work group, or we can tack this on to what we're looking at already. And then we'll kind of go from there.
Yep. Okay. All right. Anything else? Christine, any comments?
Only thank you, everybody, for taking your time on this Friday to meet with us. I thought it was a really good meeting with some really good technical information for you all. I know you guys love that stuff.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Christine. It's been a very good meeting. I think we got into some of these things a little bit deeper than I even thought that we would. So, and some of them I think will require some additional thought moving forward for sure. Do we do a motion to adjourn, or can we simply adjourn? I'm not sure how that works.
I move to adjourn.
Oh, there we go.
Second that.
Ask and you shall receive. Y'all are amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.